That's fine.
Are you ready? Start the meeting. Welcome to tonight's meeting of October 24th, 2022. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councillor Baker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Present.
Councillor Emmons.
Present.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Councillor Nurmela. Here. And Councillor Seymour.
Here.
That brings us to consideration of minutes of October 10th. Councillor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the October 10, 2022 meeting as presented.
Councillor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass minutes of the meeting of October 10th, 2022. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And that brings us to oath of office for our new city manager, Mark Freitag.
Can I have you raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me? I, Mark Freitag,
I, Mark Freitag,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the constitutions of the United States
the constitutions of the United States
and the state of Colorado
and the state of Colorado,
and the ordinances and city charter
and the ordinance and city charter
of the city of Westminster,
of the city of Westminster,
and faithfully perform the duties
faithfully perform the duties
of city manager
of city manager
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Okay. Go down. Next, we have Law Enforcement Records and Personnel Week proclamation by Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I get the folks from the PD and records that are going to be joining me? So for the past several years, the state of Colorado has designated the second week of November as Law Enforcement Records and Personnel Week. So I'm going to go ahead and have Chief start and introduce his crew here.
I'm going to do it the easy way and have them do it one by one. Interim Chief Norm Auburn.
Kirk Martine, Record Specialist.
John Levis, Records Technician.
Vince Catalano, Record Supervisor.
Debbie Sinicki, Records Technician.
Tori King, Records Technician. Lisa James, records technician.
Becky Lively, records technician.
Veronica Ortiz, records technician.
And Clyde, records supervisor.
The chief or one of the supervisors want to talk about the important work that these folks do.
I don't know if we have all night, Mayor Pro Tem. But really, I can't thank these folks enough for what they do day in and day out, maintaining the tens of thousands of police records that come into their department or come into their offices every year, making sure that we're NIBRS compliant with CBI and the FBI and all the records tracking and data collection that they do. Couldn't do this without you, and we would be, as you know, an absolute mess without you. So thank you for everything that you guys do for us.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas law enforcement records personnel serving the city of Westminster have exhibited professionalism, efficiency, and compassion during the performance of their essential duties in the past year, providing a vital service to the community, and whereas law enforcement records personnel are crucial to assisting law enforcement agencies in the identification, pursuit, capture, and processing of suspects. And whereas these professionals continually use their expertise and experience in maintaining criminal justice agency records, statistics, and providing data for the improving apprehension strategies. And whereas the efficiency of qualified and committed personnel who staff the law enforcement records and material influenced by the people's attitude and understanding the importance of the work they perform, and whereas also demonstrate excellent attention to detail with quality control of effective communication with the court community that is crucial to the successful completion of criminal cases, and whereas residents of the Westminster are encouraged to recognize our city's law enforcement records personnel for their valuable contributions to the law enforcement community. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim November 7th through 11th, 2022 to be Law Enforcement Records Personnel Week, and call upon the people of Westminster to join in honoring the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and community safe. Signed this 24th day of October 2022, Nancy McNally, Mayor of City of Westminster.
All right, everybody looking. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you stay there, there's your names for the next piece. And Councilor Seymour will read the Veterans Day proclamation, and all councilors meet him down in front also.
If I could have every member of the audience, employees and visitors who served in our armed forces, please join us up front. We better step up. I'll first read the proclamation, and then we have a reading of the listing of the employees that serve our city that have served our country. Whereas the greatest acknowledgement of our freedom is to honor our armed forces veterans who have sacrificed and in many instances paid the ultimate price for our freedom. And whereas the City of Westminster recognizes and respects the city's veterans for their many contributions, and whereas along with millions of other Americans, Westminster can attest to the importance of their sacrifices and contributions for our freedom and security, and whereas both men and women of our armed forces continue to be an inspiration to all of us through their demonstration of courage, leadership, and commitment in service to our community and country. And whereas in 1975, Congress voted to make November 11th Veterans Day in honor of our veterans, living and dead, who served in the armed forces. And whereas residents in the city of Westminster will always remember and pay homage to our military community, both active and inactive, for their contribution, dedication, and commitment to the cause of our freedom. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim November 11th, honor our Veterans Day in the City of Westminster, and urge all of our residents to honor our and rededicate themselves to the preservation of our liberties under the Constitution. Signed this 24th day of October, 2022, Nancy McNally.
We'll begin naming. Ricky Martinez, Navy. Adam Makowski, Marine Corps. James Maxson, United States Air Force. Travis McCabe, U.S. Air Force. David McLean, Marine Corps. Ryan McGurk, Army. Jim McMurdo, Navy. Derek Menard, United States Army. Patrick Montoya, Army. Hideki Moore, Army. Matt Moritz, Marines. Matt Moritz, United States Air Force. Greg Moser, United States Air Force.
Matt Mueller, Army. Matthew Munch, Army. Joseph Merzinski, Air Force. Chris Myers, Army. Mike Nadolski, Marine Corps. Nicolette Neal, Air Force. Daniel Noreen, Navy. Chris Pancoast, Air Force. Todd Payne, Marine Corps. Peter Pratt, Marine Corps. Aaron Raz, Navy. Stephen Roll, Marine Corps. Kevin Saylor, Air Force.
Jeff Smart, Army National Guard. Mark Smith, Marine Corps. Brandon Solis Valenzuela, Air Force. Tom Steele, Air Force. Jackie Settles, Marine Corps. David Thorley, Army. Sean Tice, Army. Mark Euland, Marine Corps. Joshua Verver, Marine Corps. John Welsh, Army. John Wilbur, Army. Ronald Wolf, Army. Nick Zoko, Marine Corps. Becky Zizek, Marine Corps.
Paul Choi, Air Force. Patrick Clark, Marine Corps. Jody Cohen, Marine Corps. Kevin Conrad, Air Force. Duran Cornelius, Marine Corps. Samuel D. Crane, Army. Mike D., Air Force. Robert D. Herrera, Army. David Derrick, Air Force. Devin DeVore, Air Force. Patrick D. Giovanni, Army. Joseph Doherty, Navy. And John Dunow, Army.
Adam Holton, Army. Reed Hopperstad, Army. Mark Jarvis, Navy. Matt Jursick, Army. Ken Kaiser, Army. Jacob Kasa, Army. Janelle Cook, Army. Sarah Kurinowski, Army. Scott LaChance, Marine Corps. John Lambert, Navy. Connor Leader, Marines. Daryl Linkus, Air Force. And Nelson Martinez, Army.
Austin Eckert, Navy. Corey Engel, Air Force. Reggie Army. Francis English, Army. Ray Esslinger, Marine Corps. Richard Fletcher, Army. Quincy Frank, Air Force. Mark Freitag, U.S. Army. Daniel Gilbert, Army. Colin Greer. Terry Haas, Marine Corps. Mark Harrelson, Air Force Reserve. Scott Hartman, United States Marine Corps. Luke Hill.
Well, any of you have been counting, which I have, we have really 100 members of, well, the Westminster workers have been in the armed forces. A very impressive toll. And now for the missing beginning of the alphabet. Really, Nick, Will Arguello, really Marines. Ryan of the Bastion, Marines. Joshua Berzanzi, Marines. Brad, really Batali, Air Force. Jeffrey Black, Marines. Stephanie Bleicher, Army National Guard. Brad, really Borchard, Marines. John of the Bradshaw, Army. Sean, really Brisnahan, Marines. James Bruckner, Marines. Vincent, really Catalano, Marines. Trevor, really Chandler, Air Force. And really David, Chavez, Army. An applause for all our service members.
I noticed two citizens up here, former city manager Bill Christopher, and I don't know who you were with, Army, and Larry Price. So thanks for joining us up here. Thank you, everyone. And how did we forget Mr. Baker? Bruce Baker. And Bruce, what were you with? Army. That brings us to public comment. We do have two public hearings tonight, so if you're here to talk on those, we will ask for you later. But if you're here for any other reason, City Clerk Fitch, who do we have tonight?
Our first speaker is Dr. Marilyn Flockman.
Welcome.
As I heard all those wonderful names mentioned, my heart goes out to my two brothers tonight, over 1,000 miles away in Midwestern farm country. My older brother served in the U.S. Army, stationed at Camp Hale near Leadville, and that was a big trip from Illinois over to Colorado. And my younger brother served in the U.S. Air Force, and he was in the Vietnam War, and they both are safely with our family today. Thank you for allowing me that comment. Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem DeMont, Councilors Baker, Emmons, Azidi, Nurmela, and Seymour. My name is Dr. Marilyn Flockman, a 61-year resident of the city of Westminster. For 51 years, I first served as a high school librarian at Westminster High School, and then as an elected Westminster Public School director. My comments this evening will address 10.1, the ratification of preliminary grant application and authorization for final grant application with the Institute of Museum and Library Services for the National Leadership Grants for Libraries. I support the ratification of this measure. For the past 7 years, there has been discussion with city staff around the importance of establishing a city archival center. In 2017, we were advised to wait for the city council to approve a forthcoming library master plan. Then in 2019, the consultant, Michelle Pacifico, submitted this comprehensive and professionally prepared master plan. Here it is, all 141 pages. You can find it if you wish to read it on the library website. So the next 5 years could be characterized by staff mobility and the pandemic, of course, both with administrative positions, city councilors, department head positions, library leaves of absence, interims, et cetera, et cetera. The city authorized over $20,000 to produce this strategic plan. Please do not let this money go to waste. In the final recommendations of this 141 strategic plan, Ms. Pacifico recommended 1, to develop the budgetary requirements that are needed to advance the archives project, 2, to review available grants for archival planning projects, and 3, to hire an archivist to continue the development of the policies and procedures. She concludes with, to implement a city archives, the City of Westminster must make a commitment to develop an archives program and facility. Tonight, you have made history by the work you do this evening. Likewise, you are leaving a legacy. So finally, the words I'm leaving you with is, without history, there is no future. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bill Christopher.
Welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Bill Christopher. I reside at 3781 West 101st Avenue, Westminster, Colorado. A resident for 55 years. I just want to echo what Dr. Flockman mentioned to you. It was a delight to see this item on your agenda, number 10I, regarding both ratification of the preliminary grant and then also approval of the more major grant to fund an archivist for a full year. I think too often preservation and professional administration of historic documents and photographs and other printed materials is critical. But unfortunately, this function gets a low priority in most organizations, but should not, and especially a city government, which is really the apex or the center of gathering such documents and preserving them, needs professional personnel to carry that function out. A full-time archivist is essential. And according to the Pacifico study, she mentions that should be an early step in the process to get a full-blown archival center up and running. And this is really a two-pronged effort. One is the documents that the city government itself creates and houses in its various departments in the city clerk's office, but it's also what is happening out there in the community with a plethora of different organizations, such organizations as service clubs like Westminster Rotary Club, the schools, the Pillar of Fire is huge in Westminster's history. And I could go on and on. At one time, to demonstrate to council, Jason Gink asked some of us to go out and talk to these other organizations to see if they had an interest in an archival center. And all that we talked to, with the exception of one, said, oh yes, that's important and we'd love to see it. And some of us, myself included, could get some of the stuff out of our basement that really doesn't belong there. It needs to be properly preserved in a climate controlled environment. So I'm just here tonight to encourage you to vote in favor of 10I to move this forward, and hopefully the city will be successful in garnering a grant of $225,000, I believe is the amount, to get an archivist on board and move things forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't have anybody else who has signed up.
Any phone calls? Okay.
Is there anybody that didn't sign up that wishes to speak? Seeing no one, that brings us to report of city manager. Mr. Freitag.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. I just wanted to say a few comments up front if I could, and that is thank you so much for selecting me to serve as your next city manager. I am honored to be here. I'm honored to lead this city team, and I'm honored to serve this community. I would like to share with the community that my transition and welcome from Mayor McNally and interim City Manager Andrews was absolutely exceptional over these past 60 days. I did a Zoom meeting with the mayor every Friday afternoon, and we just talked about what's going on in the community. And I met with interim City Manager Andrews. We did a telephone call every Wednesday morning, essentially just he kept me abreast of what was going on in the city, community, and things that I would be entering into today. And so this transition has been superb. What I would like to say to all the city staff members that have worked tirelessly to prepare my transition over these next 90 days, it's absolutely refreshing and outstanding to see the professional work ethic and the dedication that you all have already shown me. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had a wonderful first day. I look forward to many, many more. I want to say thank you to all for your service to this community. It's very, very evident to me that this is a first-class organization and just a wonderful community to be a part of. So thank you very much on that. And then if I could, I know we have an update on 7731 Knox Court, and I'd like to invite up Eric Otzelberger to provide an update to the council and the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Freitag. I speak German, so Freitag comes out easier, but I'll get the Freitag part. And for the record, I spent 22 years in Wisconsin. I know you're not from there, but if there's anything you miss, fish fry, cheese curds, let me know.
Culver's down the street.
It is. It comes to you in Colorado. Mayor Pro Tem Council, I want to thank Deputy City Manager Andrews for his thoughtfulness. He had a wonderful suggestion in the spirit of welcoming Manager Freitag. I think it's important for the backstory with Knox Court that I apologize, it's a little lengthy here. I'm going to read Regulation number 8, the control of hazardous air pollutants, Part B, for as best into the record, if that's okay with everyone. No, we're clean. We're clean, we're clear. The timing couldn't be better. We figured enough will be coming at Manager Freitag, so we could tie up a few rather major loose ends, if you will. But as of yesterday, the foundation is out, backfill is in. Last week, we had a clean bill of health report from the state. 52 days it took from the very first inspection before mobilization until the all clear. In the world, I've learned more than I ever wanted to about asbestos abatement and light speed. If you look at recent activities in the city, the Pizza Hut on Sheridan, that was over a year. Some of you may be familiar with the challenging situation we had in Highland Greens on Yates Court. There was civil litigation involved with that, but that was 3 years. So I just, there are a lot of people to thank here, starting with council and the mayor. I mean, your bold action to appropriate funds really allowed us to get into a rather complex layered situation and see some quick results and relief for the neighborhood. The crew at D&K Works, the contractor that did this work, Mauricio and his crew, phenomenal. I mean, this is hard work. It's tedious. If you saw the full containment structure that they assembled, now has been fully decommissioned and demobilized. I mean, impressive. It's just there's passed every state inspection, did this in a safe manner for the neighborhood. The folks at D&K Works deserve a lot of credit. And then Jess with Cowgirl Demolition didn't waste any time last week. Basically, she was ready to go, and as they were demobilizing the structure, she couldn't get in there fast enough to remove that badly damaged foundation, bring in backfill, so we have a safe site moving forward. So I know I'm here for my good looks and quick wit, and I'm here to serve as long as you want me coming back. But I think as far as the asbestos abatement and the remediation, we're done. Now there's still more to come on ownership and where council wants to go with that. My humble recommendation would be, perhaps in a study session, work session, that may be a good venue to explore options there. We still have some work to do, executing the release of the lien with the junior lien holder. As previously reported, we have releases of the deeds of trust from the lender and from HUD, so we're clean there. And as I've communicated, been in contact with Betty Doyle, the owner, and I think we're at a place where we have a common understanding, and we can move to, when the time comes, execute a quick claim deed to transfer ownership. I figured it was a gift, and Deputy Manager Andrews wanted to make sure we had additional gifts to give Mark. So 7731 Knox Court is officially clean.
Oh, that is amazing. We can't thank you enough for you jumped in. I know you worked weekends. I heard you were over there. Things don't get past us. So you took this beyond almost as if it was your neighborhood, and there's no way to say enough. Thank you to you and your team for getting done what you got done, and talking to the people about reverse mortgages and figuring all that stuff out. I know it took a ton of time, but I hope the neighborhood is a little happier tonight with having that done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Thanks. That brings us to City Council comments. Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. I would first like to recognize our new city manager. And if you ever have low moments, which you will, remember you volunteered for this. I'd also like to thank the crew that cleaned up Knox Court. That was really the right thing to do for the neighborhood and for the city, and it's greatly appreciated. I'd also like to recognize that this is Okidai which is the Festival of Lights. It's an important celebration to Hindus and Sikhs and Jains and some really Buddhists. And they are part of our, the community. Next, I'd like to request my fellow councilors to give some extra attention to an email from Miss Charlene Willie about the Rocky Mountain Community Noise Council. She has a couple requests in there, and I think that they would fit very well with this really council's opinion on really supporting our residents. And next, I'd like to report the ride-along that I had with our police department. I'd like to thank the chief for arranging that. I have wonderful news for our mayor, because there are some proactive things we can do when it comes to car theft. And they were pointed out to me. I was a little disappointed to learn that we're still charging victims of car theft towing charges. And I think maybe council can come up with a way so a victim of a car theft doesn't feel like they're getting extorted by a tow company. The other things on the ride along reinforce my absolute praise for the citizens of this city. First of all, we have a very safe city. But second of all, on at least 3 occasions during my ride-along. A couple of them were at the 911 dispatch center, and one was actually in the ride-along, was citizens voluntarily reporting situations that made the difference. We have a very safe city and a very smart city. So that is my report for this evening and my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Namella?
Thank you. I also want to welcome City Manager Freitag. I just wanted to say one comment on the Knox Court. I would love to see a study session on next steps. So if the rest of council would be interested in that, I would be. I also want to, we have great organizations, we have great staff, and we have great commitment from our community to help lift up our community members, our residents, and I was able to join Growing Home on Friday and celebrating their efforts in the community. And so I just wanted to give them a shout out. And I also want to give our staff a shout out for 30,000 people hanging out in Westminster for Westy Fest. And I know it was a lot to organize and to corral everybody. And I know that we had some great input on successful mobility options being used and to get to Westy Fest. So thank you for making that an exciting place to be over the weekend. And I know the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem will thank some folks. So thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple things. Last Tuesday, in concert with the Westminster Chamber of Commerce and the ownership group of Lodo's Bar and Grill, they closed it down. But don't be too sad because it will be rebirthed in several months as Legacy Point. So the Chamber had a bit of a going away. We'll see you soon on Tuesday evening. Wednesday, as liaison to the Special Permits and Licensing Board, the great news is that board is kept very busy as their businesses continue to want to join our city and do business here. That board primarily hears liquor licenses, so the advantage of serving on that board is you get to find out which new restaurants are coming to town very quickly and get in line. So thanks to our residents who serve on that board. In addition to myself and several members of council on Thursday evening at the establishment in Bradburn, the Westminster, I have too many organizations in my brain. Public Service Recognition Foundation held the annual Police Department Recognition and Award Ceremony. And that is a not to miss event every year, honoring our first responders and citizens. We had 3 citizens get awards for their valor in assisting their neighbors, and also 2 gentlemen in helping in a recovery of a young lady that it worked out for the best because of their diligence and foresight. So an outstanding evening for that. And I too joined Councilor Gamarra and Mayor Pro Tem at the Growing Home event on Friday. And from the numbers that I saw towards the end there, it was a very successful evening supporting that organization. And then I was honored to join along with the mayor Saturday morning, the fire department honoring the original volunteer fire department retirees for a breakfast at Legacy Ridge. And it was great to meet those pioneers of our fire service here in Westminster. And even Chief Hall came out of his long retirement with his Hawaiian shirt to come say hi to everyone. So retirement's been tough on the chief. So, but thanks for that. And the 3 grandkids really enjoyed Westy Fest. It wore them out, so there was good sleeping that night. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Emmons.
Sounds like Councilor Seymour enjoyed the after when grandkids were sleeping. Thank you. I'm going to sound like a record on repeat here with my colleagues, but welcome, Mr. Freitag. We're glad that you're here. And then for Knox Court cleanup, thank you to staff. Eric, I know that it was you and a team. I know that at one point our legal team was involved, our community development. I feel like every place within Westminster touched this cleanup. So thank you for all involved. And thank you for coming yeah, you have good looks and you have good humor. Come back. No. Busy week. I also was attending the North Metro Arts Alliance. They're finalizing their budget for next year. Also prioritizing some budget requests for Westminster Public Schools. And then also attended the annual Police Department Awards and Recognition. Always a great opportunity to hear the stories that our police officers and citizens either reporting or just a standby for. It's an amazing thing to hear. So congratulations to all that who was either recognized or won awards. And then the Westy Fest, always a great time. Thank you to staff. I realize how big of an undertaking it is to plan such an event. There was thousands of people, which is good. Always good to see. And I'm so glad. Thank you, Rich. I know I personally said, we need to get those balloons up and make her up. So thank you. It was just an overall great event. So it was good. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you everybody who showed up tonight. We appreciate that you come and participate in your government. You heard all the great events we've been at, from the police award ceremony to Growing Homes to Westy Fest. Council's been super, super busy. So I won't belabor that, but welcome to Mark Freitag. We're very, very pleased to have you here, and I'm glad to see that staff has already taken care of you, showing you what you've stepped into, which is a great team. Quickly, because I know the mayor is going to key on some people, but the mayor and I got to give away, I don't even know how many awards, something like 35 awards for barbecue at the Meat Scream event, which is a very fun name. And they were a very excited group of people.
But their names are even
hilarious. So those of you who know of the movie The Hangover, there was one group that was the cast of The Hangover with baby Carlos, who I got to give an award to. So if you haven't seen that movie, you wouldn't understand. But if you see the photo and you haven't seen the movie, thanks, Rich Newman, best picture ever. But it was a great day and a great event. I have to say, for me, thank you to the public safety people who kept everybody safe. It's a long day for those folks in uniform. I wasn't in uniform and I was dying from the heat and was dead by Sunday. So the folks that I know the mayor is going to call out, but thanks to Parks and Rec and the special events team, the passion and enthusiasm that you put into our events is what really make them great for our residents. So I have had the pleasure over the 5 years of being in this role of being able to be at many, many of your events. I look forward to 3 more years of the events, and after that when I'm not a council member. So thank you for me and really my family. My family always enjoys the event. So
Councilor Izzati.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to welcome Mark. Welcome. And in terms of the study session for Knox Court, I agree with that. I'd love to see that, but I would also love to see a study session on car thefts. I think we've talked about it many different times and ways. I have some ideas, like Councilor Baker has ideas, and I'd just love to really dig deep and figure out some creative solutions of what we can do, because that issue is only getting worse every week. That's all I got. Thank you.
Well, I had a crazy week. I didn't make it to Growing Home because I would have had to have cloned myself 3 times that day. But I did send a check because I saw Rich early in the morning and I sent a check with him. So at least I had a piece of paper there. We had the Westminster Legacy Foundation, as you've heard, just wonderful stories of people around the city that do different things. I was in tears 3 times with some of the stories, just great. And to the horticulture group, thank you for the plants. Everybody took one home and it was great. The PD awards always are fantastic. You know, we don't hear everything that goes on. And if you go to those, you hear the heroics of people that really do put their life in the middle of trying to save others and don't even think about it, just do it. And the only complaint I had was we had four-legged officers. We do have officers that are officers and four-legged officers, and I didn't understand that there was a difference, but we didn't get to give thanks to the four-legged officers. So I'll have to go and personally visit them and tell them thanks. Friday, I had a CML all-day workshop with every mayor around the state. It was fascinating. Top concerns. The 3 years in this past 3 years with state legislators decriminalizing this state, having laws that just keep getting lower and lower and lower so that nobody goes to jail. People don't have consequences, and it's the victims left holding the bag. Probably if the legislature had been in session that day, there would have been 60 of us marching down to the Capitol around the fentanyl bill. A bad bill is a bad bill. And as Mayor Hancock said, we know people that's recovered from heroin. We know people that's recovered from coke, but you will not have a person from fentanyl recover because they're going to be dead. And so he went on and on about things. Just great to talk. I don't care if it's a city of 1,400 to the millions down at Denver. We all have the same issues. And it is crime, the lack of laws to be able to prosecute, and the drugs. And so we had some pretty robust conversations. The annual firefighter retiree, what a hoot. We could write a book if we just sat there and took all their stories. It was great. And I know the Westminster Historical Society has a ton of stuff from them and their stories. So some of them were sort of bored and looking for things to do. So I offered that they could come and help give tours at the Bulls house on Saturday mornings. Then there's Westy Fest. Wow. I was there from 12 to 8. Well, actually not quite 12 because I got a phone call from Mayor Pro Tem. Are you on your way yet? I said, I just finished teaching. I'm just getting ready to walk out the door. We're already out of candy. Just stop and get us some. So thank goodness for Costco, and they had it right at the front door. And so I loaded up a cart, brought it to him, but then said, oh, I didn't realize how heavy this candy is. You need to come and help me because otherwise I need a mule to help. So we got that out and we gave it all away. It was amazing. But seeing the costumes, families coming in costumes, I love Halloween, folks. So it was just a delight. And then there's the animals. I met Merle. He is the most sweetest thing, but his head's about this big and he has wrinkles, wrinkles, wrinkles. But when I got home, Mr. Gibbs didn't like that so well. But I got to meet Louis, the French bulldog, and all of the animals that came by. So I loved it. But you know what? Leah Krumholtz, are you here? Come on up, stand up, do something so we can see you. You're the senior event planner. Michaela Hudak, you here? Oh, then stand up so we can applaud you. She's an event planner. Lauren Gladu, she's listening too, okay. And Rich Newman, I know you're here because I always, when he wanted me to cross country to the stage, I said, send the chariot because that was a long ways to walk all the time. So he did, but then we always walked back. But what, I can't tell you, people, no matter, we talked to people all over the area. People even out of state saw things from the highway, so they came in. The parking was so easy. The bicycles that came by, all of the people that had their wagons with their kids, strollers, it was laid out so that you weren't packed in. You did have the meat screamers over on one edge. We really don't know what they were doing over there, but they had a big lot. It smelled good. But it's one of those indescribable days. I can't even, and maybe I don't want to know how many overtime hours all of our staff had to put in that day. But to all of you that did it, it was absolutely fantastic. It was fun. I love the animals being there. Love talking to all of the people. It was just a great, fun time, and people had nothing but good to say. So thank you. That brings us to consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the consent agenda items 8A through 8G.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve items 8A through G. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10A. I will open the public hearing and ask if staff has any report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilor. Don McConnell, interim planning manager with you tonight. The planning division is here tonight to provide you with a presentation for item 10A regarding the request to approve a PDP amendment for the Foster property. The Foster property is located west 136th Avenue and Huron Street, the northeast corner. The overall Foster property PDP includes a total of 135.5 acres. Portion of that contains the existing Lowe's development. This application includes the remaining approximately 89 acres of undeveloped land. About 66 acres of this is designated office R&D, and about 23 acres is designated retail commercial, according to the comp plan. Planning Commission reviewed this application on August 23rd of this year and voted unanimously in favor of recommendation for approval by a vote of 7-0. Senior Planner Jacob Kaza is managing the review for this application and is here tonight to provide you with the staff presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. My name is Jacob Kaza. I am a senior planner of the city's planning division. Next slide, please. As a part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, the public notices published in the Westminster window, the mailed notices, and the posted notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to 413 property addresses and property owners and 3 HOAs within 1,000 feet of each of the 3 parcels under consideration tonight. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the Foster property. The vacant parcels that are the subject of the PDP amendment are outlined in red. The parcels are located at the northeast corner of West 136th Avenue and Huron Street. Next slide, please. The preliminary development plan amendment clarifies the land uses and divides the land into 4 planning areas with uses that are compliant with the city's comprehensive plan. The PDP amendment allows for retail commercial development at the corner of West 136th Avenue and Huron Street. The remaining land north of the proposed 138th Avenue would include only land uses compliant with the Office R&D high comprehensive land use category. Next slide, please. Section 11514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing preliminary development plan amendments. Staff finds that the preliminary development plan amendment generally meets these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. Several examples of these criteria are that the PDP is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all city codes and policies, that the PDP is compatible and harmonious with existing public and private development in the surrounding area, and that the PDP will not preclude future public land dedications. For those selected example criteria, staff finds that the PDP amendment as proposed meets the comprehensive plan, that the PDP is compatible with existing developments in the surrounding area, and that the PDP will not preclude future land dedications. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to hold a public hearing and consider the PDP amendment. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend City Council approve the PDP amendment. Next slide, please. Staff finds that a recommendation of approval of the applications would meet the city's strategic plan priorities of ensure that Westminster offers a diverse range of amenities and activities for residents, businesses, and visitors that honor the city's historic history and support the arts, parks, recreation, open spaces, and libraries is met by facilitating the development of comprehensive plan compliant uses on the vacant Foster property. The applicant is with us tonight and has a presentation to share with you as well. Thank you for your attention, and there are several staff members here that would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Does anyone have questions at this point?
Okay, I'd like to introduce the staff or the applicant, if I will. Eric or Brock here. You probably met him before, but I'll turn it over.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Brock Chapman, representing the applicant, Shuck Chapman Companies. I hope I seem at least vaguely familiar to some of you. I was here about 2 months ago for the Business Improvement District requested for this project and property, which you all unanimously approved, and I thank you for that. At that time, I mentioned to you that we had kind of two components to make this a reality. One was the BID, which you kindly took care of about 2 months ago. And then tonight is the preliminary development plan amendment that sets forth the land uses and some of the development criteria. Those two together will allow this project and property to move forward as frankly a major infill project within the city of Westminster, since everything is pretty well developed around it. Now that I've oriented you and framed that, I'm going to introduce Eric Checkel, our Vice President of Development, to go through the PDP.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, thank you. As Brock mentioned, I'm Eric Checkel with Shuck Chapman, VP of Development. I'm here to talk more about the 89-acre development that everybody's been talking about thus far. First, I just wanted to thank your staff. Everybody's really been a pleasure to work with, and John and Jacob, economic development team, the engineering team. Everybody's really been a pleasure. We've been working on this project. Our team's been working on the project for almost 3 years. And so it's a long time coming, and we couldn't be more pleased than to be here tonight. I have members from our team here. Our consultants are here as well. So if there's anything that I don't speak to during this presentation, we're more than willing to answer any questions you might have. So with that said, we do have a presentation here. And it looks like you got the first page up. Thank you. You can actually jump to the next slide if you don't mind. Are you in charge? That's the voice up top, huh? Thank you. So, as Jacob mentioned, he showed this in black and white. So we've put this into color here. This plan shows the PDP amendment. It shows the 4 different planning areas. The red planning area at the southwest corner, that's about 23 acres. That is a planning area 1, and that is planned to be our commercial retail development. That will allow all types of commercial, neighborhood and regional commercial, including retail stores, services, any types of businesses that are allowed per your code, professional services. There'll be probably a large focus on restaurant, possibly a grocery store, a small format grocery store anchor, sit-down restaurants. It allows for drive-through restaurants, as well as all different types of retail. We look at this site similar to the site at the southeast corner of 144th and Huron, which is a really beautiful project called the Orchard Park Place. A lot of retail uses up there, obviously, restaurants. There's the Snooze there, Einstein's. Now that's anchored by a hotel. That's not our intent here, even though it's an allowed use on this parcel. At this time, that's not our intent, but in the future, it could be. But again, what we've been focused more on for this is looking for a developer who's interested in doing a small format grocer at this corner that we think would play really well in this community, especially with the other retail and all the residential in the area. The next areas to talk about are planning areas 2, 3, and 4. Those are shown in purple on the slide. That area is office research and development high intensity is what that is specified as in the PDP amendment. So these areas add up to about 62 acres, and it's really the employment hub of the Foster property as well as the north areas of the city of Westminster. This area in your comprehensive plan is called the Major Northern Gateway of Westminster, and we take great pride that we're going to be a part of that northern gateway. The primary land uses in here, as I mentioned, are employment-based. So it's professional office, medical office, research and development, businesses, research and development labs, things that are really complement the St. Anthony's Hospital to the north and the other developments up north. We also feel that this employment hub will feed into the Orchard Town Center to the north. Obviously, during the day, we have our retail, but then up north, there's all that larger box retail that can really benefit from this employment hub that we're going to be creating. I did want to touch a little bit on some of the characteristics of the development while we're still looking at this slide. Orchard Parkway cuts through the middle of the development. That was built in about 2010 by the city of Westminster. It includes the water and sewer lines in there. Recently, some other sewer lines were just constructed. That really bisects the property into 2 properties, the planning area 1 and planning area 2, and then planning areas 3 and 4 on the east side. Also, an important improvement that exists today that runs through this property is the Bull Canal. That's owned by Frico. So we've been working with them to date, talking about realigning that canal. It's tough to see on this plan, but in the red area, planning area 1 and planning area 2, it kind of cuts through the middle of planning areas 1 and 2. So it's our plan to relocate that canal and put that up against Orchard on the west side of Orchard. And on top of that, we plan to encase that in a box. And then on top of that, we'll be able to put trails, both soft and hard trails. It's a 12-foot trail requirement that not a requirement, but a 12-foot trail that we want to run through there. And that'll connect well down to 136th Avenue. And then also, so that trail will run up to and across future 138th, which is the new east-west road that we'll construct. That'll connect Orchard Parkway to Huron Street. And then at both ends of that road, we plan on putting signals on both ends of that for some pedestrian safety purposes. And then so that people can also still stay on that trail that's on top of the underground Bull Canal, get up to the middle of planning area 2, and then be able to cross over to the east side of Orchard to the trail that bisects between planning areas 3 and 4. We plan on keeping that an open trail feature. We'll improve it, clean it up a bit, but yet we want to also run a trail adjacent to that will then connect you over to the regional trail that runs along the west side of the regional detention pond that was also built by the city of Westminster back when the Lowe's was constructed. So a lot there, a lot of infrastructure stuff that's obviously going on, but very important to make sure that this development is successful. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to happen. And those are just some pieces of it. Next slide, please. So this is right out of your comprehensive plan. We've used the same colors here on the previous sheet that I'm showing on this plan. You can see 136th is a little ways up there. That's our southwest corner where that gateway symbol is shown. And then we've hatched around our property, our 89 acres there. So the intent here was just to show that our proposed land uses in the PDP amendment are consistent with your comp plan. So it's a lot easier to, I think, be successful when you follow the rules. So that was our focus here, was to make sure we were following the rules of the city by matching the comprehensive plan with the land uses that we are proposing in the PDP amendment. Next slide, please. So this shows the comprehensive plan goals. I'm going to touch on this real quick, and there's a couple slides later on that speak to this a little bit more. The goals of the comprehensive plan are regional employment center, which we feel that we're achieving, high quality development and character, which is definitely something that we want to make sure that we achieve so that we can get the right tenants here, and make sure that the city is in support of our future official development plans for those different planning areas. And then build on the existing synergies throughout the area. And that again, goes back to the land uses that are complement the hospital and the other uses to the north and to the south as well. Next slide, please. So then there's the comprehensive plan policies. And the next couple slides speak more to these policies, but just a couple of them are the multimodal connectivity, enhanced pedestrian crossings, open space, landscaping, good streetscapes, trail connections. So from there, I am going to jump to the next slide and talk about those a little bit further. So these are different photographs that we've taken throughout the Westminster community, as well as projects that we've worked on in the past, and just really, frankly, just pictures that we like, good amenities and good things that we think would do well up in this commercial corridor. So this is titled Community Vision. And so our intent here is to not only show to staff, but city council, but also the future builders within this development, what our expectations are, what we want to see be built out here. And I expect that these are similar things that the city wants to be seeing. So we've shown these to the city. There's a lot more pictures that we have. So this is just a sample of some of those. But talking about some of the policy of the comprehensive plan, we show the multimodal connectivity, open space and landscaping, some of the nice amenity elements, streetscape. There's a couple photos in here that show some streetscape with some low-level pedestrian lights. We want to make sure that we incorporate those along our trails and our sidewalks so that, this place becomes vibrant. It's not just for people that are there during the day working, but it's also for people to come in the evening. We want to create pocket parks in the different planning areas. Hopefully you have a very vibrant retail center, at the corner. So this speaks to some of those policies. Next slide, please. So this one gets into a little more detail about the connectivity, both pedestrian and vehicular connectivity. And I think this slide best represents what our goals are of this development, because without good multimodal connectivity, you just can't have a great project. So there really is the need of easy access from the surrounding neighborhoods, people coming from near and far to this development. And so what this slide is showing in red, the red dashed lines, those are mostly the existing streets that exist today. The red arrows is where our PDP shows the proposed access points into these different planning areas. Some of them are right in, right out. Some of them are full movements. There'll be a lot of, even though there is a good network of streets within and through here, there still is road improvements that need to happen. Like Orchard Parkway doesn't have any turn lanes on it, for example, right now. So when we do develop these planning areas, we'll come back
and present new traffic studies that show what the turn lane needs to be and all the road improvements that need to happen. What's not shown on here is what I touched on earlier is the 2 traffic signals that we're proposing. There'll be one there at 138th and Huron, as well as one on 138th and Orchard Parkway, basically at that northwest corners of that Lowe's development that exists today. So that will create the safety, but at the same time, hopefully creates that ease of access in and through the development. And really the main focus though is for that safety of those pedestrians. We really look forward to those people, those hundreds and thousands of people that are working in that business area and those offices to coming down to this active retail center. Not only coming down, but also going to the north. This plan also shows in the blue dashes, it shows our proposed trail system, either trails or sidewalks. And then what's kind of tough to see on here is that regional trail that is the small blue dots that runs along 136 and also crosses underneath 136th Avenue and then runs along the west side of the regional detention pond. So we've seen that just like Orchard is the spine for traffic. We see that regional trail as our spine for our pedestrians and the bicyclists to be able to utilize that. You know, that trail, I'm sure you know this, but I think it's very impressive that trail not only runs to the south, but also runs over to the west, over to the McKay Lake and the dam and all those beautiful improvements over there. So it really is a wonderful corridor for all people that are going to be working here, as well as everybody in the surrounding area to be able to come to this development. I think I touched on everything on that. If you wouldn't mind jumping to the next slide. So this is getting into a little bit of the engineering, and I know you know how important this is. Water and wastewater capabilities are such an important aspect of any new development. So what we've done, and we asked our engineers to do, is analyze, based at build out, what we expect our water use and sewer demands are going to be for this development. So we've run some calculations, again, based on the PDP amendment and our allowed floor area ratios to see how much water we expect to be using for this development when it build out. And our engineers have determined that about 170,000 gallons per day. It's quite a bit of water, but the city has estimated that this property is going to be using about 198,000 gallons of water per day. So we fall below that number by about 14%. So that made us feel really, really good. And just like with water, the result is wastewater. Our engineers estimate about 48 gallons per minute is what this development will generate. And the city's engineer has estimated that this property will generate about 59 gallons per minute, about 18% less than what the wastewater study has identified. So obviously, knowing all the water and sewer constraints, not only in Westminster, but throughout Colorado, that made us feel real good that the city, and I shouldn't be surprised, the city has planned appropriately for this crucial piece of property in your city. Next slide, please. I am not going to go into detail on this. Jacob went into great detail in the staff report. He described how he feels, how staff feels that we've checked all these boxes. So we've added this to our presentation. Just not certain what was already going to be spoken of about it, but I am going to skip this slide if that's okay by you. And then our final slide is the PDP amendment accomplishes the following. So I'm going to run through this real quick. We feel that we are definitely in confirmation with the Westminster Comprehensive Plan. Planning Commission did unanimously approve our PDP amendment back in August. Thankfully, city staff recommended approval. We've yet to receive any comments from the public or the neighbors, which in this day and age is very, very unusual. So we're so happy to hear that. We believe that we do enhance the multimodal connectivity throughout the area. There are quite a few large recoveries that are outstanding that adhere to this property. Talked about Orchard Parkway, the utilities there, these drainage improvements, Huron, all those items. Once we get to the ODP process, we will be reimbursing the city for all those recoveries. Those are identified in the PDP on the, I think it's the left side of page 3. Obviously, we're very sensitive to the water and sewer constraints and follow the city's projections. And then the City Council recently approved the BID, which we thank you for. And then finally, we feel that this PDP is really the next stage or next step of bringing this city's vision of this property to life. So with that, we are here to answer any questions you might have. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilor Seymour?
If we could get the water slide usage back up again. I was using my calculator and that's not a good thing. Okay, thank you. I just needed that number.
Councilor Numella?
So some public comment on it. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Well, so when you were talking about the character of what you're planning to develop, I don't really see it reflected in the PDP description anywhere. So how, and I'm, with the comp plan and the direction for actually coming through and building something that is representative of the rest of the development in that area.
Right.
All I see that's permitted on there is, like secondary uses, like service stations and things like that. So I just worry about the quality of the development if it's not really articulated as you described it in the actual PDP language.
I understand. So a couple of things. The city has the commercial retail development design guidelines that we've gone through several times with John and with Jacob. We've learned what those commercial design guidelines are, and those are a pretty high bar that the city of Westminster sets forth for commercial developments. So we feel we didn't want to repeat those in the PDP amendment, obviously, but we feel comfortable with those commercial design guidelines. Also, in a PDP document, there's only so many items that you can identify in a PDP, whereas actually it was recommended to not show layouts and show things within the different planning areas, because at this point we're uncertain on those items. But yet we do feel like, falling back on those design guidelines, as well as the specific uses that are listed within the PDP amendment, sets forth what we're allowed to do, and then we'll rely on the design guidelines for the details that go into the ODP documents, which obviously will be reviewed by staff. Those will be brought up through the hearing process as well. So that's really when you get into the meat of what that layouts and what those buildings will look like.
Okay. So this will come back through as an ODP because it's over 10 acres.
Yep.
So the city code requires that any non-residential development over 20 acres would be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. We do have the provision that the city manager can exercise if there's cause to elevate this to the city council as well.
Okay, I know staff does a good job. I'm just, I just want to make sure that this is well executed. And I know that hopefully you'll follow through with the description that you have.
I truly believe that we will. And I'm sure you've read through the document, but there are some architectural requirements on page 3 of the document as well. That's
I saw those. I was looking for an actual description that was synonymous to what you were describing. So.
Yeah, I understand. I do have great confidence in staff that they are going to hold our feet to the fire on architectural elements and things. So,
I have
what do you want to have?
When we originally submitted our preliminary development plan amendment, it was pretty comprehensive. And we were informed by staff that, thank you, applicant, but that's not what our PDP application looks like. You got to get this down to the level that we're used to approving PDPs and that are set forth in our design guidelines and our guidelines. So we had to strip quite a bit of that out of there, along with your own development guidelines, which for commercial development, which we're prepared to follow. We and our retail builder are going to be writing additional design guidelines. And in fact, just because I'm standing here, I can't remember the gentleman's name we spoke with you all, who was your urban planner that helped us talk through some of those design standards that we're going to incorporate into our design guidelines. Could you speak to that since I'm having a senior moment here?
Yes, absolutely. So, council members, staff has had at least 2 meetings with the applicant, very general and high level overviews of what our design expectations would be in accordance with our retail commercial design guidelines. Among the things that we discussed generally was creating a unified development, a sense of place, character-driven development. We went over our auto-oriented use policies, PAD policies, general setbacks and expectations along each of those corridors, both Huron and Orchard Parkway. We did talk at a high level, and we haven't brought a lot of that down to the ODP level yet, but we hope that the information that we've been able to provide to the applicant will get them off to a good start. Our program planner, Sean McCartney, has helped them with some illustrations to try to illustrate some of the things that we've talked about. So we've been really trying to help them out, get them to a good place to start.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
And those will include materials, color schemes, everything in addition to your development standards. There'll be architectural design guidelines and standards are coming forth with the ODP.
Thank you. I really appreciate how proactive staff has been on this. So thank you.
Anyone else? Does staff have anything else? Nope. Applicant, you're done?
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate
Thank you. It was a great presentation. Do we have anyone from the audience that wants to speak to this project? Seeing none, I will close the hearing at 8:23. That brings to item B. Councilor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 56, rezoning the subject property, a portion of Harris Park.
I apologize. We need
gotta
to cover
public hearing.
A2 first.
Oh, A2. Well, that would help. Thank you.
I don't have an A2, so that I knew that we needed something else.
Okay. I'll start that over. I move to approve the third preliminary development plan amendment for the subject property located at West 136th Avenue. Should have looked at the address. And Huron Street, also known as Foster property.
Councilor Emmons? It's been
Second.
moved and seconded to approve item A2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
And Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
And we have a request for a 5-minute break.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay. We are ready for another public hearing.
All right. Planning Division's back again. We've got a presentation for you for agenda item 10B. This is regarding a request to approve 3 items for one property, a rezoning, a PDP, and an ODP for the Harris Park subdivision, Block 9, TDPD. This is located at 4001 West 76th Avenue. You may be familiar with the subject property. It's originally developed in 1965. It's the St. Martha's Episcopal Church. The church was sold recently to the Nepal America Sociocultural Exchange Society Incorporated. That was earlier this year. And so the new owner has submitted these 3 applications for your consideration tonight. This went to the Planning Commission on September 13th, and the Planning Commission voted unanimously in favor to recommend the approval by a vote of 5-0. So this case, we have Senior Planner Nathan Lawrence. He's been managing these applications and is here tonight to provide you with the presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. So, good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Nathan Lawrence, Senior Planner with the City of Westminster. I'll be presenting tonight the staff analysis of the Rezoning Preliminary Development Plan, or PDP, the Official Development Plan, or ODP, for Harris Park Subdivision, Block 19. The applicant is seeking approval of a rezoning to Planned Unit Development, or PUD. I think that's the last acronym that I'll use again and again. And the accompanying PDP that would add new land uses along with specific development regulations. Other key members of staff are here with me tonight to answer questions following our presentations. Next slide, please. To bring this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo and tonight's PowerPoint presentation have been posted, and public notices were mailed out to owners within 500 feet of the property. Signs were posted on the property and notice was published in the Westminster window. In addition, the hearing notice was also emailed to all contacts on the city's historic Westminster and community development block grant email lists. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the northwest corner of Bradburn Boulevard and 76th Avenue. It's surrounded pretty much on all sides by single-family detached units, and just on the south side with a multifamily project. The property, as John had mentioned, was originally developed in 1965 and was previously occupied by the St. Martha's Episcopal Church. Next slide, please. The current zoning of the property is R1, which does not allow assembly uses such as churches or community centers. St. Martha's was allowed to operate as a legally non-conforming use under R1. According to City Code, since the non-conforming use was discontinued for a period of 1 year, an assembly use cannot be reestablished under the current R1 zoning. Thus, the applicant has requested to rezone the site from R1 to PUD in order to add the requested land uses. The owner intends for the center to be used for religious and cultural gatherings, festivals, receptions, classes, and other community activities. And all of these uses are compliant with the current public, quasi-public comprehensive plan designation. Next slide, please. Here's an image of the ODP of the proposed improvements on the site. The existing church building has been proposed to be reused along with the existing parking area on the south side of the building. In addition, some new parking would be added to the site to bring it into conformance with current city codes. In addition, some landscaping improvements are proposed around the parking areas as well as around the foundation of the existing building. In addition, and of note, there are existing overhead power lines that are located adjacent to the property and inside of it that staff is requiring to be undergrounded per city code. Council may waive or reduce undergrounding requirements if they deem them to be impractical or an unnecessary hardship. During the applicant's presentation, they will present their rationale for seeking a waiver from council. If council would like to approve such a waiver, then this could be done through a future council action. And we would just like your input on that tonight. Next slide, please. Unlike Jacobs, I have to go through a lot more criteria, but I'll try to go quickly. Section 1153 of our city code has two criteria that form the basis for consideration of approval of rezonings. Staff finds that the rezoning application generally does meet both of these. As mentioned, rezoning the property to PUD with the allowable land uses as stated, which include a community center, place of assembly, and place of worship, is compliant with the current comprehensive plan designation. There are no plans for new building construction at this time, and therefore no improvements to public streets or utilities are anticipated to be needed. Next slide, please. Section 11514 of the city code contains 10 criteria that form the basis for approval of PUD zoning and PPDPs. Staff finds that the PUD zoning and PDP applications meet all of these criteria. The proposal calls for reuse of the existing building in a manner similar to its previous church use and is not expected to negatively impact the surrounding residential community. The provision of additional off-street parking will reduce impacts from overflow and will bring the site up to conformity with our current city parking standards. Additional landscaping of all parking areas will help the project fit harmoniously with the surrounding community. And the next slide, please. Section 11515 of our city code contains 10 more criteria for the approval of ODPs. Staff again finds that the ODP does meet these criteria. No vehicular access points are being proposed no additional vehicular access points are being proposed, and staff has no additional concerns that are related to traffic. The applicant is requesting 3 exceptions from the applicable retail commercial design guidelines. The first is a set of setback reductions for the building, which are warranted because the existing building is being reused and can easily be sort of shifted around the site. The second is a reduction of the minimum parking and landscaping setbacks, which it really is needed to accommodate the additional parking. Again, they're only providing the minimum amount of parking, so there was some reductions that were needed, but they have intensively planted in those areas to mitigate any problems that are caused by headlights or things of that nature. The third exception is a request to reduce the height of the required screen wall on the north side of the property, which was done in direct communication with those neighbors who didn't want an 8-foot wall. Next slide, please. Staff believes that the city's strategic plan priority to foster equitable opportunities that help residents feel at home and connected in their community and empowered to live their best lives is met by providing the opportunity for the Nepali community to congregate, hold meetings and events, and practice religion in Westminster. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission reviewed these applications in September and voted to approve the rezoning PDP and ODP 520. Staff thus recommends that City Council hold a public hearing and approve a rezoning to PUD along with the accompanying PDP and ODP for 4001 West 76th Avenue. I'll now turn it over to the applicant team, unless there's any questions for me at this juncture. Yes.
Councilor Miller?
Just had a question about the parking, and since the use was already being used as an assembly use, were there issues with the existing parking? And, these are clearly not as much as what is being put in.
Right. Well, there sort of was. We're basically formalizing what was being done on a sort of dirt lot. So there was existing sort of area that people parked on. I never attended a congregation there, but it's pretty clear that there was overflow parking that was happening on site, and we're sort of paving and landscaping that area. The building occupancy is going to be the exact same, and so the anticipated amount of traffic is supposed to be more or less similar. I also have Heath Klein if you have any additional traffic questions, but that's sort of it in a nutshell.
That's really helpful. I was just thinking, geez, why are they having to add so much parking? But then if it was kind of what they needed.
It seemed like it was being used there now, and we're sort of, putting new paint lines on, ADA parking, bike racks, new sidewalk connections as well. So I think all of those are generally upgrades, but yeah, I think it was pretty intensively used there now, just not in a very formalized way.
Thank you.
I know that church had some major sewer issues. So what's that cost to get that fixed?
I can let the applicant speak to that more. That is an issue that they are aware of. It's on the private sewer line. So it's not our infrastructure. And so they're aware of that, and they would not be able to operate or have occupancy unless it is fixed, because you have to run your toilets and things like that in order to have occupancy. But if you'd like any more detail, they might know a bit more about the actual cost, because I'm not sure.
If it's not hooked up to the city, who's it hooked up to?
No, it's hooked up to us, but the issue is on the private line. So it's not on our public line.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand it over to the applicant team.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Namaste, good evening, and happy Deepavali. City Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, city managers, and everyone who is attending tonight here and virtually. My name is Bola. I represent Nepali Girl, is a DBA, doing business as name for Nepal America Socio-Cultural Society. My role is a general secretary at the organization. So on behalf of Nepali Girl, I would like to thank your wonderful staff, city staffs, and the Harrisburg community members for their continuous support during last 2 hearings as we are going through this process, because this is the whole new world for us. So we are so blessed to be part of such an welcoming and open community, a very well-maintained city of Westminster area. So we are so blessed. So Nepali Girl, I just wanted to give you a little bit brief, a little bit information about who we are, what do we do, just so we're coming to this neighborhood. So we are serving all Nepali-speaking community as well as Asian and local communities in Colorado. We have been promoting Nepali language, culture, heritage, and keeping it alive for our future generation. We welcome people from all faith, background, colors, and value in the community we live in. Tonight, I'm here to talk based on 4 things from our organization's perspective. Our mission, who we are, the diversity of our community, and what we are trying to do. Next slide, please. So Nepali Girl is established with the mission of serving the community. A friendly relationship with local communities is the very reason we exist. We have a long history of promoting mutual respect and friendship with the communities we are living in. We all need a better community to live in, and we're here to build a better community. We are bridging a cultural gap by celebrating and promoting festivals such as Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween from here, and our own festivals from back where we came from. This week, we are celebrating Diwali, the most commonly known as the Festival of Light, colors, music, dance, or fun, anything we can imagine. And today is the special day of celebration. So on this very specific day, we worship Goddess of Prosperity. And with that will follow with cultural, music, dances, like it comes from the land where we are from. So Diwali is also a festival for animals. And birds, we love. That includes dogs, cows, crows, and you can imagine how inclusive we are. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Looks like the slide is a little off. Would you mind going back one more slide, please? Who we are. Okay. We are a Nepali-speaking people from Nepal, Bhutan, India, Burma, and other part of the world. We may belong to different races. We may have different colors. We may speak different language, and we may follow different religion. We may have different perspective, but we all live in the same world. We're also your neighbor, brother, sister, coworker, and our friends in the community. Some of our work include, and my colleagues will maybe detail, they will have more to explain, but just wanted to list out some of them. Mainly, we educate our members in the community in U.S. history, civics, and citizenship. We collaborate with other communities, such as African American communities and LGBTQ communities, and advocate for diversity, inclusiveness, and equity. And of course, we appreciate the shared community values that City of Westminster has that provision. And moreover, we also support local communities, and we have done 100% of volunteer jobs. So we do not have staffs or anyone who is paid for. Anything we do and have been doing so far is 100% of volunteers work. So our members in the community, our board members are putting, this is for us, for our team for now, this is a second full-time job for us as a volunteer. Next slide, please. So talking about diversity, so we're not here just to add like a different color or different language or different face in the community, but our community itself is very diverse. We are a hardworking group of people from Himalayas, valleys, and foothills of Nepal, as well as from rest of the world who speak Nepali language. So Nepalese immigrant began moving to Colorado since 1970s, and we have roughly over 52 years of history in the state of Colorado. Some of our folks moved here as a refugee settlement program, some to secure a brighter future for their children, and some moved here for the land of opportunity and the education. So our community, our Nepalese-speaking community chose America and Colorado as a new home. So more than roughly 15,000 Nepali-speaking peoples in Colorado chose this beautiful, safe, and well-maintained neighborhood in city of Westminster as their cultural center, where they could come together, celebrate their festival, learn from each other, pray, worship, enjoy, dance, learn, and share our food and culture. We would not be here tonight without the support of over more than 600 committed donors who are donating $1 or more, so we can have a place to come together and move forward from there. We are blessed to have such a diverse community within ourselves, supporting us from each and every side. Our donors are also separately contributing for mortgage contribution. So we have committed mortgage contributor to support as we go through the process, is because of the property that we are buying is at loan. Next slide, please. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to establish a first Nepali cultural center in the state of Colorado. So this will be the very first Nepali cultural center. This is new for us as well as our neighbors around Harrisburg community, and probably new to the city of Westminster too. However, we have learned from other states, for example, Ohio, Maryland, Texas, California, Massachusetts, who already established Nepalese Cultural Center, like the one we are trying to establish here. We're also trying to build a safer and beautiful community around Harrisburg. I know the property now may look like a forbidden property, since it's not like there's not much going on in the last 2 year plus, I would say. So we'll make it safer and beautiful, safer in the sense that we have received some concern from our neighbors that there are some homeless people started taking shelters and started breaking some glasses in the back of the building. So once we have the permission to do the improvement, we'll make it safer and beautiful, so our neighbors will make a beautiful place for everyone to come together. Next slide, please. Now I would like to invite my friend, Kiran Busal, the board member of Nepali Girl, would like to talk about how we add value to the community and some of our plan. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members, city officials, and everyone present here on site and joining virtually. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Kiran Busal. I'm the board member of Nepali Girl organization. By profession, I'm licensed civil engineer in the state of Colorado, and I'm currently working at City of North Glen. My role on this project is to provide technical support to the team. I feel extremely proud and honored to be involved in such an amazing project, Nepalese Cultural Center, Colorado, and present it on auspicious day of Lakshmi Puja. As the previous presenter, Vola, mentioned, I'll be presenting a few slides explaining what value we will be adding to the local community. We plan to revive the center inside and outside to make it look livelier and more beautiful. To make it look beautiful, lively, and function better, we plan to expand the parking lot, improve the access to the buildings, and enhance the landscaping. In doing so, we plan to expand the cultural offerings and community diversity, along with bringing awareness among fellow human beings. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows a vicinity map of the site, which shows that our Nepalese Cultural Center, Colorado, is sandwiched between Bradburn Boulevard and Quitman Street, east-west, and between 80th Avenue and 76th Avenue, north side. Next slide, please. So this is the site plan we are proposing for this center. This site plan is proposed and designed per city's current code standards and requirement. So as you can see, as per the site plan, the major improvement we're doing outside is expanding the parking lot. So we are expanding the parking lot to make it 80 asphalt total parking lots. This parking lot will be present on the west side of the property. Out of 80 parking lots, we plan to have 4 ADA parking lots with accessible aisle, which are pretty wide. We are also proposing 8 bike stalls on the front side of the building. By increasing the parking lot to the proposed number, and with all these changes we are proposing, we plan to provide adequate parking for normal days, for big gatherings, and avoid the situations of street parking, along with encouraging people to ride a bike during the summer days. So in regard to improving the access, we're proposing to improve the existing ADA route along the traffic access from the 76th Avenue. We are also proposing to add traffic access to building from Quetzman Street, which there is some sort of access, but it's not really clear. So we plan to make it clear, and along with that, we plan to add a sidewalk connection from the street to the north entrance of the building. In doing so, we plan to create safe and efficient traffic flow around the center on normal days during events and big gatherings. Other than that, we are proposing to remove the existing fence and replace it with a masonry wall on the north side of the property. The wall will terminate at the existing extent of the split rail fence. Next slide, please. So this slide is for the landscape plan, which shows what we are proposing for the landscape. As I talked about expanding the parking lot in the previous slide, I would like to ensure you all that we're not only expanding the parking lot, but are also adding all sorts of greenery around the parking lot to make it more vibrant and beautiful. We will also be adding proper curb gutter around the parking lots to ensure proper drainage due to the increased imperviousness. We will also be adding a storm inlet along with the storm receptor for the purpose of water quality. For inside of the building, we plan to do minor changes for now, such as paintings, changing the carpets, and like some major cleanups to make it more functional. So like that way we can start the building into its function. Overall, we plan to revive this site and make it lively for everyone using it and all the residents living around it. With this, I'd like to end my portion of presentation. Now, I would like to welcome Lakshman Rana to explain the main purpose of this Nepalese Cultural Center, Colorado, and how we plan to achieve that. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kiran. Good evening, Mayor and Pro Tem and council members. My name is Lakshman Rana. I am the immediate past president of this nonprofit, and currently I'm volunteering as a coordinator for this project. Okay, I'm gonna show you some of the pictures, photos, how we're gonna use this property and what kind of activities will be there. Primary usage, it will be cultural and religious center, like a place of assembly and place of worship. It will be similar kind of activities. I mean, religious activities we'll be doing like churches do. The only difference is it will be multicultural and multi-religious, because as you know that, so this, we are trying to build this place, a place for everyone. So it's not just a temple, it's not just a monastery, not just a church, but it fits all. So because we all are diverse by ourselves, and we also want to welcome our neighbors and local communities. And as a community center, we will be using this property, like accessory usage, like celebrating festivals, weddings and receptions, like conferences, meetings, kids activities and educational activities, maybe like classrooms activities for adults, those who struggle English language, and some citizen classes, like, and for the newborn or those kids who are here, so they may need the Nepali language just to understand it. So we're trying to fit all this kind of activities there. So neighborhood gatherings, all kind of cultural exchange programs, and other activities like donation programs. We do lots of blood donations activities, and whatever city or hospital or other organizations need it. So we will be using that place. So it's a kind of all those kind of activities that fits our like a primary uses, community center use. Well, Next slide, please. About the hours of events and frequencies, most of the activities will take place in the weekends, most of them. And larger events and festivals, they will be in the late afternoon and evening. So, but not midnight or so, not after 10 p.m. That's what we do. And like a religious assembly, like some gurus, Hindu gurus or Buddhist Lama gurus visit, or some priests that can visit us and people are benefiting from them. Those kind of activities sometimes happens. Those kind of things like once or twice a week. So most of the weekdays will remain quiet, but we'll be there. It will be managed. So in the next slide, frequency. So, and the activities schedule. So what we'll do is it will be same kind of things like churches do. And as a community center programs will have a kind of reservation system. And this center is not for just the Nepalese descent people. This is for all of us. Everyone can use it. That's why we said the facility is for everyone, like our neighbors, or for their, if it is open, we can use that for private events, or we can do neighborhood meetings, or we can even city programs. Everyone can use it. So this is just not for just Nepalese people. I mean, Nepalese speaking people. So we are trying to build it for everyone. So trying to make a very good use of this property. In the next slide, please, I'm trying to show some photographs. So here are some photographs, festivals and cultural events. So like this week, like my friends already told you that we are celebrating Deepavali. It started today, and the first day today and goes up for 5 days. So Festival of Lights. So these kind of activities we will be doing. Means we do the kind of activities at home, but kind of like a wishes or celebration kind of things, we'll be doing that kind of activities. All these are, even in the next slide, there are more photos of those kind of activities. So all these are festivals and cultural events. In the next slide, there are some photos about the worship and religious gatherings. In the next slide, please. So like Hindu gurus, sometimes they visit people and people want to get benefit or their lesson, right? Some Buddha lamas or some priests, all these kind of religious worships and activities, because we do celebrate some religious festivals, and that is for all. Like this, this festival, they say Hindu, but everyone celebrate. That kind of, like Christmas, everyone celebrate that way. In the Buddhist, not only there. So these all kind of activities and gatherings we'll be doing there. And there are more photos in the next slide as well. Next slide, please. All right, and in the next slide, please, next slide. Educational and kids activities. Like these are small kids will be using their leisure time or their vacation for the classrooms or other activities. These are some educational activities so that we can show our kids, a new generation, how we adapt, and we try to keep them in good discipline and make a better citizen. Right, and the next slide, please. Yeah, these are more activities about the receptions. Yeah, occasionally, like we get some private events, so we can use that. And next slide, please. A meeting and others. And this, like a blood donation, like a any kind of activities like a felicitations or any welcoming, the kind of things, anything can go. So all these are the activities we'll be doing in this property. So yeah, these are some activities. So this is really, I mean, not just for one kind of people, one religion, one tribes. This is for open for all, and we're trying to make it more beautiful and inclusive. And council members, and in the next slide, please, we have requested the waiver. As city's engineer mentioned that this waiver request is as per the code, city code, any overhead utility lines within the adjacent to the ODP boundary that has to be undergrounded, right? I mean, particular to this property, the existing overhead electric line is located along the 76th Avenue, and on the west side, it starts from halfway around Eastward Street and the Winoa Court. From there on the west, it goes all the way to the east of the Lowell Boulevard. So this subject property is just in the middle, small section. And all of the properties along this electric overhead line are residential and they're well developed. So due to the static nature of these surrounding properties, the only undergrounding that is likely to occur for the foreseeable future is this small segment adjacent to this development. So in addition to this, I mean, just the undergrounding that small section of this thing is impractical. In addition to that impracticality of undergrounding the third section of this section, and it will also add financial burden to this nonprofit, which has limited funds. So I think I can better explain on the map. Next slide, please. Yeah, next one, please. Yeah, this is a city map with this, and all those. So let's focus on this further down within that rectangle. So all these yellow and darker yellow and orange colors, those are residential, single family, multifamily, or so. So the subject property is towards the bottom of that map within that rectangle. Next slide, please. I think I can zoom this now. Okay, we can see this better. The subject property is marked in that red rectangle, and the overhead electricity line is running, and that is shown in that dotted red line. So that overhead electricity starts from, on the west, about 3 blocks on the west towards the Eastward Street and halfway of Winoa Court. And to the east, all the way like 4 blocks east up to the Lowell Boulevard. So this small section is the subject property. So our request is, please waive this code for now for us so that we can, I mean, we can save some money for these other developments, and so we can work better. This is my presentation. And next slide, please. And so we'll take any questions. And before that, Mayor, I understand that you are concerned about the sewer line, yeah, we are aware of that thing. So in past like few months, we have been working with the city water and sewer department staffs, and a couple of times we met there from city staff. They opened that because we were trying to find out what is the problem. So they opened the water for us. Then we saw that, and we got some plumbing technicians and sewer line, and we checked it. It's good. Only thing is, there are some leakage because of I don't know, they didn't use the property for a long time, but some pipes leaking, and we found that. So we are aware of that thing. And we are also, we know that we also need one more backflow prevention device inside the building, which we have one outside, but we are going to get that one inside the building. So all this, so we are ready what to do next. And yeah, so we're aware of that thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Isadi?
Thank you, Mayor. What are the total costs for the sewer fix and for the undergrounding? Do we have the costs for those numbers?
We don't have that actual estimate for that. I think Nathan or Carl. Yeah.
I'm Carl. I'm from Proof Civil. I'm working with them on this project, and we estimated the overhead electric line would be around $100,000 for this property. Sewer, I can't speak to that. Not too aware of it, but yeah, that's for the overhead utility line.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Baker?
And on that really utility line, okay, it would go across the streets on the east and west sides of the property and then down underground, right?
Yes, so this doesn't only, sorry, I go over there. This overhead line just doesn't extend along 76. It actually kind of branches out all over the residential properties. So just showing along 76 is not the full overhead electric. It goes all along the residential properties. Yeah.
Thank you.
So this would be a very small segment.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff have anything else?
Nothing more from the staff, please.
Is there anyone from the public that wants to testify? Come on up to the podium. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
We just need your name, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. My name is Kim Joanne. I live here in Westminster, and I have two kids who goes to Westminster. It's like Crown Point Academies. I would like to request City of Westminster, please waive that. That's three things that you guys are proposing with us, because we just started our culture center. Like Lachman said, that it's kind of like fund-wise. It costs a lot of money. We just started our culture center. You know, I mean, I do have two kids. I want to mention that because our new generation, the new coming generation, they will learn a lot of stuff from this culture center. I will let you know. I'll tell one incident. What happened? You guys know that there was one school. What do you call that? It's called like Studies for International School here in Westminster, right? And they do celebrate once a day in a year. It's called like an International Day, something like that. Luckily, my daughter was there in preschool, and we celebrate that's International Day, and we gather and we prepare our traditional food and all this stuff in that school, and they have a good shows in that school. And my son was a 6-year-old at that time, and we took all kind of foods, but we didn't have any shows, and we were watching that the shows from all different countries, the people from. And my son, he asked me like, "Daddy, don't we have any shows?" I'm like, I make an excuse. Like, I told him like, we don't have any that big communities, and we don't have any that big communications like that. But earlier this year, when we passed it, when we bought this culture center, I was talking to my wife. Kids are there, even they're not mentioning us, but they are listening us. And like I told my wife, like Nepali her, we just bought the new Nepali Culture Center. And my son, he asked me, like, what is the Culture Center, Daddy? Oh, like, and I explained to him how does that work. And like, he hits his mind, like, and he mentioned that things in the sister preschool. Like, Daddy, it's like that. And I said, oh yeah. And then like, and his mind, he's like so quick like that. And like, I said, well, wow, this is very good things because we need to know. I mean, my new generation need to know about our newcomers need to know about our culture, right? And other things. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of people and students from here. They're going to Nepal to learn about Nepali culture, right? I've been seeing lots of people, and even like at a school like that. And unfortunately, we didn't have any show on that day on that school. So this, I mean, culture center is not only for us, but for you guys too, and for other community too, who wants to learn about Nepali culture, right? You guys can come to us. I'm like, okay, if somebody, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm like a little bit fast talking. I apologize for that. If somebody doing a thesis on it about Nepali culture, right? I mean, you guys get a help from us, and that's the thing. I've been seeing the people like even like that international studies for school, the Westminster. I mean, like if now I feel so proud. We do have a culture, and we do have my one community center. So now maybe next year, whenever, so we can put our shows over there. Somebody's writing a book about Nepali culture, so they can learn from us. You know, that's why. And I will ensure that in the future, like we're talking about the underground electric wire things. If like in all the neighborhoods going in the future with underground, definitely we will go through that too. Or City of Westminster or utility provider is helping us out to wiring all those things by there, and we'll definitely go there. The underwire things. So that's the things I'm like, I really want to request you, please. I mean, like, so just pass these things. This means a lot for us and for you guys too. You guys will get a chance to learn about Nepali culture. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Welcome.
Testing. Good evening, my city council.
Could you move the microphone up so you can?
Sorry, testing. Okay. Good evening, Ms. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Pro Term, and my city council. My name is Joel DeCall. I'm currently a sophomore this year at Grandview High School. I stand here today to talk about the importance of having a Nepalese cultural exchange center established in Colorado from the perspective of a high schooler, from the perspective of the next generation. I'm the son of two immigrants who fled war-torn Nepal to move to the United States to seek a better life for me. Since moving, within every instance of every day, I've been engulfed by the American doctrine. Every day I've enjoyed the liberties of being an American. In an autonomous matter, I've been taught that my generation should combat oppression and endorse liberty, whilst our voices should remain silent, listening to the knowledge of our elders. I've constantly been told that the pen is mightier than the sword, yet every time I reach to start writing, differing opinions and social stigma seem to dry up my ink. I've been told to embrace my culture and be passionate about who I am and about being American. Daily, I'm taught the way of the American. Like my peers, I use Instagram, Snapchat, and all the other forms of social media to directly interact with American culture. I've been educated in some of the finest American schools, within the finest American district, and I've been treated to some of the finest American luxuries. I've had the opportunity to enjoy some of the best American cuisine and culture. I've yet to be treated as a second-class citizen or as an oppressed individual. I've seen a small portion of what America has to offer me, yet I've seen less of my parents' culture. Every day I ask myself, what is it to be Nepalese? Is it the color of my skin, or would it be the content of my character? Is it the luxuries I enjoy, or is it the knowledge I've yet to gain? Is it the people I surround myself with, or is it the people I hold dear to myself? Am I truly American, or am I Nepalese? This questioning has gone on and has been raised throughout my generation of immigrants, and in my opinion has gone on for far too long. My personal answer is that I am both, and I am proud of who I am. It is my firm belief that if a Nepalese cultural exchange center is established, I and all my peers that share my heritage will finally have an opportunity to embrace their heritage and learn about our home culture. It'd be a center that would guide us on the path to discovering who we are and would act as insurance that we don't lose our traditions governed and created by the blood, sweat, and tear of our ancestors to the fog of time. It would be of great benefit to myself and every single Nepalese resident in Colorado, current and future. This center would be a hallmark of our generation, a testament to the freedom and liberties granted to us by America. It would act as a living sign that even though we live in America, that we will always have the opportunity to learn about the cultures that our parents grew up with and that our ancestors embraced and sacrificed for. It would simply be a shame and travesty if my generation was denied this liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everybody, and happy Diwali. My name is Ashish Khadka, and thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. I was born in Nepal, but I was basically raised here in Colorado, and Colorado is my home. And I went to East High School and went to MSU Denver for higher education. After that, I signed up to serve in the U.S. Army for 8 years as a tank mechanic. And being in the Army, it exposed me to different people from all over the world, from different cultural background. And it also inspired me to represent my own culture and nationality, my own religion. And right now, we do not have any place to host any of our cultural or religious events here in Colorado. And we're planning to use this community center for just that and more. And right now, I'm also serving as a realtor in my community. And I mostly work with minority family whose English is not their first language. And because of language barrier, they struggle with home buying process. And that's where I come in. And my job is to help as many minority family to become a homeowner. And the reason why I do that is because when I ask them why it is so important for them to own a house, most of the time their answer will be, it helps them to build a foundation to help them grow and build their own family. And the reason why I'm sharing this is because I want to compare this example with this community center. Right now, like I said, we do not have any community center to represent our own culture and traditions and our nationality. So having this community center will help us build and grow our Nepalese community. And it will also be our foundation to grow. So if you can help us build and grow, we will be very much grateful, and it will also promote our diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you. I'm short. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and happy festival flights. I wanted to shed a light that we are not many people here today. As you know, today is the main day for the festival, and then they are busy doing their preparations and stuff. So I apologize, but that does not mean that we are not represented enough. Talking on that note, cultural awareness, right? No matter how many times we talk about it, it is not enough. Cultural awareness brings people closer, inclusion and diversity. And then I believe if you know each other, you'll have a better chance of peace and harmony. And that is what we cannot buy with the money these days. It is so important to have that peace and harmony in the community. And I believe that this community center will present you with that peace. And I was also joking with one of the officers that, it will ease up their work as a law enforcement people. And because there would be more peace and harmony. So talking about that, that will also give us an opportunity to learn about our similarities and accept our differences. So you might be wondering, what have we done so far? Nepali Car has initiated an annual event. It is called Nepali Jatra, which we not only teach our kids or educated them about their culture and heritage. We have come to celebrate this with the people of the community. So firstly, this is a free community event. Secondly, as I said, it is free so that we can include everybody and teach about us and learn from them to build a better community. So as I mentioned, there are some things that we cannot buy with the money, and these are all the things that even if you invest a huge chunk of money, that could never accomplish without the community building together. So I also wanted to request that, as we mentioned, that this would be the first Nepali community house in the state of Colorado, and city of Westminster would be the first one. So please help us make the history together. We can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any further questions of staff or the applicant? I will close the public hearing at 9:29. And Mr. McConnell, my mind blanked listening to all the great things they had to say. The three pieces that they're asking for, do you just want a consensus if we're okay with that? Or do we have to put it into a motion?
The undergrounding of the utility, I believe, is the only thing that might require an extra motion. But I'll refer that question to Mr. Frankel for clarity. That code section doesn't really outline a process for waiving it. It does say that the city council may waive it or reduce it.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. I think I understood from earlier comments that it would be possible for city council to provide some direction, and perhaps staff could bring forward a resolution effectuating a waiver
That's
on
what
a
I thought
future
I heard,
agenda.
but I was just trying to make sure we do what is needed for tonight.
So I think that direction would be helpful for staff, in addition to the motions that Ms. Fitch has outlined in tonight's material.
So before we go into any voting, we have the setback requirement, the reduction in parking, the north side screen, and the underground. So what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it makes sense to grant the waiver specifically on the undergrounding. I think that the applicant pointed out well that it would just be the section. It doesn't make much logical sense to have them do that one section if the rest of it's not going to be done. As far as the parking, I think that Councilor Numella's question really pointed out too that this is being used in that manner when it was the prior church. So this is really just an enhancement to the neighborhood, both from the sidewalk perspective as well as the aesthetics of the parking lot itself. And I think I heard additions of some bike racks. So to me, this all makes sense. So for me, I'm in favor of all the requests.
I am also in favor of all the requests.
Councilor Zadi?
I'm in favor. Just wanted to thank you for your presentation. It was fabulous and thorough, and thanks for being here. And the 52 years of contributions that your people have brought to Colorado, it just makes sense that you have a cultural center to congregate in. So thank you for your efforts.
Councilor Emmons?
Can I just clarify one thing? Are we reducing parking, or are they meeting the minimum?
They're meeting the minimum. The
Okay.
the parking
Reduce
setback is what's being asked for.
Perfect. Okay, I'm in favor.
I'm in favor of the waivers as well.
And I'm in favor.
And I'm in favor. So does that give you the direction, and we can go ahead and do the next resolutions? Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 56, rezoning the subject property, a portion of Harris Park Subdivision Block 19, addressed at 4001 West 76th Avenue.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 56. Any further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to thank you all for coming out tonight. I think that you met all the qualifications as far as I'm concerned. But I have to actually give kudos to the very tall young man. I don't recall your name, but I think that your comments really encapsulate what you spoke about with liberty, that I hope our generations here understand the spirit. And I think that to me, you encapsulated the spirit of what this country is and the founding of it in order to basically live out your life the way you see fit and have the freedom to do that. So I very much enjoyed listening to you. Hopefully you get into politics someday because I think you'd be pretty effective.
Councilor Novella?
I'll underline that. It even brought tears to my eyes. So that was really lovely. And all of I just am really excited to have you here in Westminster and to add value and a piece of your culture and understanding and education to our community, but to also just provide your next generations and all of your generations a place to gather. And I spent my youth going to the Finnish Hall in Berkeley and going to Finnish gatherings, and all of your testimony just made me think about that and how much I valued that. So happy to have you here.
I just want to thank you. We also have the first topspin court in the state. So this will be another first for us. The Hmong community has that. And I just look forward to having been to many of their events. I can't wait to come and learn about all of your traditions and the things that you celebrate. So with that, I will ask for a roll call.
Councillor Emmons?
Yes.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councillor Nermella?
Yes.
Councillor Seymour?
Yes.
Councillor Baker?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Demont.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to B3, the preliminary development plan. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the preliminary development plan for the subject property, a portion of Harris Park subdivision block 19, addressed at 4001 West 76th Avenue.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve preliminary development plan. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councillor Nermella?
Yes.
Councillor Seymour?
Yes.
Councillor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demont?
Yes.
And Councillor Emmons?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item B4 to move to approve the official development plan. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the official development plan for subject property, a portion of Harris Park subdivision block 19, addressed at 4001 West 76th Avenue.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the official development plan. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councillor Nermella?
Yes.
Councillor Seymour?
Yes.
Councillor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demont?
Yes.
Mayor Emmons, or I'm sorry, Councillor Emmons. Gave you a promotion.
Yes.
And Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Congratulations. We look forward to working with you. That brings us to Councilor's Bill 57. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 57 on first reading, authorizing the city manager execute an economic development assistance agreements with Value Management, Inc., DBA Gastronomo Group for the redevelopment of the vacant former CB and Potts restaurant and tap room structure at 1257 West 120th Avenue in a form that is substantially the same form as attached.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 57. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Baker.
Yes, I'd like to address that. This is very consistent with other incentive deals that we have done. You want to say anything about it or not?
Yes, sir. This is consistent. We usually typically provide our incentives at a 50% rebate for 5 years.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, roll call, please.
Councillor Nermella?
Yes.
Councillor Seymour?
Yes.
Councillor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demont?
Yes.
Councillor Emmons?
Yes.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
And Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Resolution 37. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 37, authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement regarding the participation and representation in Region 8 of the Colorado opioid settlement distribution structure governing the Adams County region while still maintaining its ability to receive and use its own opioid Settlement Fund and to fully participate in Region 10 governing the Adams County region.
Counselor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 37. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Emmons,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
and Counselor Nermella. Yes. Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
But before that, because some of you may be here to talk to Resolution 38, because we are going to move to continue it in 3 weeks. If you're here tonight to talk about it, you can certainly be on record tonight and don't have to come back. So if you're here to talk on this issue, please come down now. Okay, do I have a motion? We need to motion to continue for 3 weeks with the November 14th meeting.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move Resolution 38 to the November 14th meeting. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Emmons,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, can I have you record your vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item F1. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize city manager to execute a purchase agreement with Front Range Fire Apparatus in the amount not to exceed $666,296, which includes a 5% contingency for one commercial chassis custom body rescue style vehicle.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
Counselor Baker, you had some questions?
Yes, I do. It appears as if, I don't know who will answer these.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. Yes, sir.
It appears as if we're acting as the regional dive team rescue for this whole north side.
Yes, you could say we are. We have the highest qualified, if you will, dive team in the north area. There's also dive teams in West Metro Fire, South Metro Fire. And we used to have what they call the Metro Dive Team, where all three work very closely together. Now it's more on a mutual aid type basis, but yes, we are for the very far north area. We are the primary dive team.
And we were called out 8 times last year.
We had 10 call outs and 8 of them we did make responded to. 2 of them were canceled en route.
Has any thought been given to having the other users of the participate in the really support of this?
We've done this on a mutual aid type basis, and Thornton Fire Department, they have a smaller dive team that's not as highly trained as we are, but they're certified to do what we do, and we have worked mutually with them on the north areas. What we look at in the greater north area is that we gain benefit from other agencies by reduced rates at the burn houses, which we don't have. We have to go and rent those from other agencies and in the whole mutual aid system. So there are different specialized teams where we'll share resources, or some of them will be able to provide us more than what we have available. So we look at that as far as more equitable in the overall balance.
And how long do we expect this vehicle to last?
Probably about 25 years with the amount of use it will get and things. Our current vehicle, which is not made for this type of purpose, has lasted over 21 years now.
So per call out, this is a rather expensive vehicle, is it not?
Per call out, it is, yes.
And why is it going to last so much longer than our fire engine?
Just the amount of use that it does not receive the same type of use. Again, you mentioned how we have approximately 10 calls a year over the last year. Our fire engines, such as Engine 1 this year, is going to hit about 4,000 calls this year. Therefore, a lot of higher use, a lot more engine hours, a lot more mileage. And that's where we're looking at, the replacement schedules and actually looking at if we have to modify those down a little bit more because of the increased call volume and miles and things that we're working on right now.
Right. Is there a plan to have the other of the municipalities or perhaps the county do more to really support this service that we're really providing?
We don't have any active plans in place. Again, we will look at this more on a region-wide mutual aid type basis, similar to the hazmat team. We're part of the multiple county regional team in that fashion. So we don't have any active planning going on specifically to the dive team, but we have regular meetings with the other chiefs and operations chiefs in the North area. And those are always constant conversations that take place as far as how can we assist each other and provide the best service regionally to all the customers.
Is there, besides the burn house, is there some other activity that other municipalities are really providing more than we are?
So some of the municipalities, they have what's called a bariatric ambulance, and that's for people that need
Very large people.
Very large, yes. So we have that bariatric ambulance. We don't have one, so when we have those specific transports, another agency will go staff that ambulance, bring that in, provide us the transports at no cost to us because, again, they're billing the patient. So there are other activities at those different levels that we do work on and have some exchanges. Again, the special teams, technical rescue, dive rescue, wildland teams, we try to work together on those and try to offer assistance back and forth.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Emmons.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor Nermella.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
And Councillor Baker.
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to F2. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute a purchase agreement with Rescue One connector boats in the amount not to exceed $64,554, which includes a 5% contingency for one rescue boat and trailer.
Councillor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item F2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Emmons.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor Nermella.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item G. Councillor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute a purchase agreement with Front Range Fire Apparatus in an amount not to exceed $899,049, which includes a contingency amount of $4,000 for one Pierce Manufacturing Velocity Chassis Pierce Ultimate Configuration Fire Engine.
Councillor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10G. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Baker.
If I could have you one more time, Chief. This is the second primary fire vehicle we've really purchased this year.
Correct. This engine is a 2023, if you will, scheduled purchase for 2023. We're trying to get this purchase in this year because of the funding we were able to get from the Colorado EMS Supplemental Payment Program. And what this will do is, because of the recurring price increases coming up quickly, it helps us to save approximately $100,000 from future price increases coming at the first of the year. And with those funds becoming available now, the EMS Supplemental Program, we can actually buy this outright at this time and try to save that money ahead of time.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Roll call, please.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor Nermella.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Emmons.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10H. Councillor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move based on the recommendation of the city manager to determine that the public interest would be best served by ratifying the cumulative purchase amount of the contract with Super Trees Incorporated for the continuation of tree watering services till the end of 2022 from the original contract of amount of $49,000 to the new maximum total of $74,000.
Councillor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10H. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor Nermella.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons,
Yes.
and Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10I. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to ratify the preliminary grant proposal submittal and authorize staff to complete a full grant proposal to apply for a $225,000 in grant funds, including funds for 1 year salary and benefits for full-time archive librarian to support implementation of Westminster History Archive in 2023 and 2024.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10I. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Nermella.
I just want to make sure that as we're pulling together these archives, which I know have been in the upper for many years, and I appreciate that the community has shown a lot of persistence in asking for this to be completed. I just want to make sure that I did see that there's a diversity plan integrated into the archival process. So I'm happy to see that. I just want to make sure that that lives on, that we are representing all of the community that's been here, the land that was here before the community was here. So thanks.
No other questions? Roll call, please.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
And Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10J. Counselor Emmons.
Move to authorize the city manager to sign a contract for legal services with Foster, Graham, Milstein, and Kellisher LLP to conclude their representation of the city on real estate and land use matters.
Counselor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10J. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Baker.
Thank you. This was a continuation of a allocation we made earlier this year. Why was not the initial allocation sufficient?
Thank you, Counselor. The services that the firm has provided to us got us through a period of time while we were recruiting a new deputy city attorney with land use expertise. And the volume of work was such that the original allocation didn't go far enough. Honestly, the Uplands Metro District Service Plan review was one major task undertaken under this contract, in addition to other supporting role with regard to community development, handling of several ongoing projects. So I think the time-consuming nature of the work that was undertaken required additional level of funding. That's why my request would be today to have the $10,000 allocated in addition to the original contract to conclude this firm's involvement. We now handle these matters in-house as we have a new deputy city attorney.
And this 10,000 more will be enough?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10K. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the mayor to execute a revised employment agreement with David R. Frankel for his services as city attorney for 2023 with effective date of January 1, 2023.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt or authorize item 10K. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Frankel? I'm sorry, Counselor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting against this. And I feel obligated to share the reasons that I'm voting against it. As we all know, we can really delegate authority to like assistants. We cannot delegate responsibility. We alone have to stand responsible for, the decisions we make and the choices we choose. I do not expect people to always make the right choice. But I do expect people to make the right choice when it's a major issue. A mistake on a major issue, an error on a major issue, should have consequences and accountability. This council chooses the course of action the city takes. It's an ongoing enterprise, and the personalities change, but the institution endures, and the institution is responsible for the choices and should always be held accountable for. Okay? I do not think this institution has addressed the error that was made in the recall election of 2020 and 2021, and has really, in my mind, never addressed that issue, never addressed the issues, and never addressed the mistake that was made. And the mistake that was made is not subject to debate, because it went to a district court, and the district court found that the city of Westminster deprived over 6,000 of our residents and voters for 5 months their right to elections. And elections are profound. If you look at the Colorado Revised Statute, the first section about elections. Our really forefathers, 150 years ago, knew the power of election and the importance of elections. And elections include recalls. And in our Colorado Revised Statutes, it gives us very powerful requirements for how we run elections. And this city was well aware of those requirements. In the certification of insufficiency, this city lists the number one requirement is the power of the people to use recall procedures must be liberally construed. Of course, it doesn't mean you can ignore the rule. But the rules in our recall election and the petition drive for that were followed. In the Colorado Revised Statute, it actually lists reasons why a petition section could be rejected, but it gives a profound reason why they could be rejected. In the Colorado Revised Statute, it delineates situations where human mistakes have been made, and it directly provides remedies to correct those human mistakes. Like if a notary public goofed up on his seal, it provides that that can be corrected. This city found a way to reject dozens of petition sections. And it was not done in a uniform way. I mean, the petition section for Catherine Scully rejected 8 sections. And after the cure process was gone through, the number of valid signatures found were 5,444. I find it unbelievable that these petitions, these 4 different petitions for one individual, had 26 sections. How can petitions that were carried by really petition circulators, handled all exactly the same, make 8 mistakes in one case and 26 in another. Statistics doesn't argue for that. Now, there is another factor involved on the individual where 8 sections were of the rejected. They needed over 6,000 signatures to count for that. Where, like the individual where the 26 sections were of the rejected, he only needed 5,000 in a handful. In other words, if they had used the same standard that they used for Councillor Scully or Councillor Atchison, there would have been sufficient signatures. I live in a real world. And I know that the realities around us push our opinions and push our interests. One of the initial reasons for really rejecting petition sections was a disassembly of that section. And our city clerk went to great pains to have police photographer come over and take pictures of tiny shreds of paper on the top of the petition signature. Well, disassembly, again, according to Colorado revised statute, the only a reason to really reject if the circulator's petition has been separated from the signatures gathered. And there's a very good reason for that. Some the scrupulous petition organizations might have honest circulators go out and circulate a petition, and then they pull off that honest circulator's really affidavit and attach it to bogus signatures. And then they use the honestly gathered signatures and have some other person pretend to be the circulator. Called fraud. And because we all live in a real world, we know fraud is a real risk. And that's why we set up rules. And we set up rules to try to prevent fraud. But nowhere in the Colorado revised statutes does it say that you can't have more sheets in a really petition section. What the Colorado law says is for those you turn in, we have to approve the form. And the whole point of approving the form is so someone doesn't go to all this work on a form that has some flaw in it. So that approval process is not only a benefit to the city, but a benefit to the petition and the people doing the recall. But there's nothing in it that says you can't have extra forms with those things. Absolutely nothing. Okay. And in the final affidavit of insufficiency, the city then went to a new reason. There was an extra page attached. That extra page didn't have the warning. Well, why did the city know that? That's because 12 other sections, that extra page was actually right behind the first page of the petition, because that circulator had been using bulldog clips and had the first page, this cover page, and then the first page of signatures on top of that, and then on the opposite side at all of the continuing pages. And so when she assembled that petition section, she grabbed the two on the one side, put them on top of the others, and stapled them. So the city knew what that cover page was. And that cover page was a page of instruction and identified either a phone number or an email address for that circulator. So if there was some flaw, the managers of like the petition recall could contact. Perhaps the notary goofed up when they signed, or perhaps the petition circular didn't put in his city. Okay, and exactly like the petition that the city uses for really candidates running for office. In the numbering system we used to have on our site, that is there now, it's been removed. But page 1 was the instructions. And then page 2 started with where the signature. What I saw in that is I saw an intentional effort by this city to really protect the incumbent, protect the people recalled. And instead of reading the law in a forthright and straightforward manner, we found a way to read the law, to twist the law, to really protect our incumbent. This was not typing the wrong letter on a password. This was well thought out. This was well considered. This was well researched. And then in the real world, when we give this certificate of insufficiency back to the people who are running the recall, we know that economics is an enormous obstacle, an enormous barrier. It's going to come up with tens of thousands of dollars. And what does it cost the incumbents that are being protected? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, these are all just opinions on my part. But then it went to district court. And the district court ruled. And the district court said, city had erred. And he told, the city to count the signatures. That reason was not supported in law. So here we have our city attorney, who in my opinion was either an architect of this plan, a participant in this plan, or sat silent and did not object. Had our attorney resigned in protest, like some of the attorneys on the Trump campaign in 2020 did, 2021 did, I'd be here to have him rehired. That's not the way it turned out. I have a great concern that if another important issue comes before this council, we need to have the right answer, that he may not be able to give us that information. We heard, this city heard over 6,000 of our voters. The events might have been completely different had the mayor been forced to a recall election in November. And then later on, one of the councilors forced a recall election. We would have had to pay for 2 recall elections. Unacceptable. This city was hurt in more ways than that. This city was hurt by its betrayal of trust to the people who circulated in good faith. Doesn't mean they did things wrong. Some of them forgot to put in their city on the circulator affidavit. Many of them were misled by people because all the circulators on that instruction page were requested to ask 3 questions of any potential signer. Are you a resident of Westminster? Are you registered to vote? Have you signed this petition before? There were several hundred people who told the right answer to those questions but were mistaken. How do you know if you're not a registered voter? They didn't know. How do you know if you haven't signed a petition before? They forgot, I guess. And then there's the 116,000 people or 118,000 people or however many people who live in Westminster who for several months were stuck with a city council of 6 people. They did not have the full decision-making power. And all these harms and hurts were from advice that turned out to be incorrect. I will not be voting to really retain our city attorney. Thank you for your.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Councilor Seymour was first.
Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We as a body, we have 3 employees that we are charged with giving an annual evaluation to. And we can choose to make a decision and do that as a trusted advisor and as a employer of good faith, and use those evaluations for both parties to learn and grow. And if that's done properly, it has a great result to it. So I will not address Councilor Baker because I am not here to adjudicate what happened in 2020 ad nauseum. We have a requirement to evaluate our employees on an annual basis, which we did in an executive session, that we filled out those evaluations and had a good give and take. I find the advice, the way that the department is run, and the interaction with this council above par and of great value of a man of good character. So I will be voting yes.
Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple quick things. I just want to very briefly address one thing. The recall election was overseen by a clerk, might I add, who no longer works here. The clerk works for the city manager, who at the time that city manager who was in charge of that clerk also no longer works here. I don't see it appropriate to hold the city attorney responsible for a branch of government that is not under the stead of the city attorney. Quick context, just because I took a fair amount of beating up over the recall election for being responsible somehow for it, which I think that those of us who were here did our best to stay the hell out of it, to be frank. Excuse my language, but I think that was the appropriate thing for us to do. So I only bring that up because I by no means am here to protect what happened in 2020 or people who sat at this dais in 2020. However, much like Councilor Seymour, I'm looking at this at the merits based upon the work that Mr. Frankel does for the city, the work that I've seen him do and been able to work with him for the 5 years that I've sat in one of these seats. And I have to say that he's always done a good job. He's, in my opinion, shot us straight where we needed to be shot straight, given us good advice, as well as taken criticism that his employer has given and been productive with it and been able to enhance his services that he gives to the city and the city council. So I am pleased to actually be voting yes. And the one other thing that I want to thank Mr. Frankel for, you're the one employee that I started with that is still here with us. And I know that you've been kind of critical in through some of the transitions that we've had as a city and really helping navigate some of those transitions from city manager to interim city manager to new city manager. And I, for one, certainly don't think we could have done it as smoothly without your services. So I appreciate them and I look forward to voting yes on your contract.
Councilor Emmons.
Thank you. Councilor Baker, you always ask for a conversation, and so I'll address your conversation. I'm not going to, like my colleagues, go back a year, 2 years, and say whether it was right or wrong. I've already stated publicly and on record my thought on that. If you don't know, go back and listen. You weren't here for Mr. Frankel's review last time in 2020 and 2021. So I can't hold you to understand what was conversed in those sessions. I can tell you that, like Councilor Seymour has said, it's a learning process between a manager and the employee. And it's a step-by-step process that needs to happen. And I can say that over the last year, I've seen great growth and progress with Mr. Frankel. I think what we've talked about and addressed has been taken care of. And I think that he does provide us great counsel and advice when needed. In our conversation, I feel like, from my understanding, is that you have not one-on-one sat down with Mr. Frankel and discussed any of these concerns. And I feel as a manager, a good manager would sit down with their employee and say, here are my concerns. How can we address them? On the note of following rules, I would say one tonight. I find it odd that in our council protocols, we say or ask of ourselves that if we're going to vote no, we explain why. And there were several items tonight that you did not explain why. You just voted no. So all of that, I think that, like I said, I will be voting yes. I think that this is an opportunity for us to just note that where we've been and where we've come has been 360 plus. I feel like taking us back, I understand that wounds are still there. I understand that there's still a healing process. But in order to have us move forward, is taking that step and saying, we need to go here instead of taking us back a year or 2 years. So with that, I will be very proud to renew your contract.
Councilor Namella?
I too will be voting yes, and it is based on my experience with Mr. Frankel over the past year in his providing me guidance and the council guidance, and I feel like he has provided us with solid, sound advice. He's helped us understand issues and helped us be aware of things as we're stepping into them. And so, I'm not basing my my vote on years where I was not here at the city or in a management position here at the city. So that's where it stays and lands.
Councilor Uzadi?
I will be voting yes, and just wanted to pile on the love and praise for Mr. Frankel. The time that I've known him, he's been honest, he's been full of integrity, he is knowledgeable, he's kind, he's moralistic. So he's all the things that you would want in the city attorney. And we're just glad that we have you and we support you and we'll continue to support you. So thank you for your work and thanks for being here.
And I just want to share, Councilor Baker, I had a lot of the same feelings you did. However, the day after I was elected, interim city manager Andrews called me up and said, do you want to have a conversation? I'm sure he got more, when I look back at that, he got more than he bargained for. I was like a tiger coming in, but I asked for Attorney Frankel to come and join. And so interim city manager Andrews knows what I shared that day, and it was the half of what I knew. And I said face to face to Mr. Frankel, until I take an oath, I am not your boss, one of your bosses. And so I pledged to him then, that day, that once I did take the oath, that is the day I started the evaluation process for him. And if the seven of us don't take the time to once in a while just call and check in, ask our questions, then shame on us, because I've worked for a lot of people that had to evaluate me. And if they treated me the same way as some of this is coming down, it would be very hurtful. So I believe I held up to my end of the bargain. I have been very grateful for all the help you have given this year, not only through helping me steer me through a city manager and all of the technicalities we've had to do, but all of the advice you give us. Here's this scenario, here's this scenario. You give us your recommendation. That's all I can ask, because we as 7 people have to discuss the pros and cons as we see them and continue to have that discussion. And when we lack that discussion, then shame on us. And so I will be voting yes. Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to the old business, and we have Councilor's Bill number 48. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 48 on second reading, making appropriations to pay the expense of continuing the public business of the year 2023 and other purposes required by the Westminster City Charter and Colorado statutes.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 48. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. I will again be voting no on this. And I would like to share my impotence and really helplessness and sadness. I remember back in August asking for something different. I remember prior to that with another council member asking for zero-based budgeting or some kind of guidance be given to our budget crew, team. Remember, there were at least 4 people working for months to get the details of this plan. And we were unable to give them guidance. I remember sending an email in April asking for guidance in this. I remember in January putting into our vision, our strategic vision, stewardship and thrift. And I don't see either of it. I do see either of it in this budget. There is no thrift. There's just expansion of continuing program. And that's from our own baseline. And are they to the core? No, I don't think they are. Let me give you some examples. This is comparing the 2014 budget as really reported in the annual comprehensive financial report to the 2021 budget. We're 2 years beyond that. Over that time period, well, the fire department went from 135 to 143, 8 people. The police department went from 262 to 275, 13 people. Streets went from 24 to 28, 4 people. Okay, the utilities, water and sewer, went from 140 to 144, 4 people. And our golf enterprise lost a person. Our general government went from 129 to 199, an increase of 70 people. The community affairs went from 49 to 80. Our culture and rec went from 146 to 188. An increase of 40 people. So I do feel helpless. I do feel powerless. I don't know what I can bring to you, my colleagues, to bring to life the promises we made in January to each other. and to our citizens, to our residents. So it's sadness. I'll be voting no, but it's sadness on my part. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Baker, for your comments. I want to briefly address some of them. You often will take numbers and as a baseline look back numbers, but I want to give some context because I do think that this council cares about thrift. I know I certainly do. One thing that was shared when we passed the first reading of this was the $2.2 million worth of city manager office cuts that this council made at the direction of the interim city manager. And that actually was directly a campaign promise by a couple of us, was to look at that 1.9 million that turned it to 2.2 million and address it, because what I have heard from the residents is too much top level growth. And that doesn't mean that all growth is bad. And so when you talk about one of the other things that we made as a promise to each other is core services. And so when you look at police or fire, one thing that nobody at this dais nor the people who work in those departments control are calls to service. The growth in citizen, if you look at that, sure, that doesn't seem like we should have grown as an organization that much. But if you look at calls of service, that's really what those folks do. I know that even with a fully staffed or close to a fire department, we have people who are working multiple time overtime. So you can't tell me that we get better value for our dollars by paying additional dollars to have people work multiple hours of overtime than we do having more staff. It's more efficient to have more staff than to have as much overtime as we have had as a city, not to mention the liability that it puts on top of our people as far as safety. Because I can tell you, A, I don't want that on my head as far as an injured personnel, but B, the liability that comes along with it if you have somebody who gets hurt on the job because we're working them too hard. So you can't take just simple calculations of 2014 versus now and decide that that's how we should cut. However, I agree with you that anytime that we find things such as the $2.2 million, I'm open to discussion in cutting it. But simply cutting to cut is not the way that a good, healthy organization is run, nor is it a way that I'm going to sign my name onto. If we in the future want to look closer at this, which I certainly hope in the coming years that we do, we had a lot on our plate as a council this last 10, 12 months. So I think that there's always room for opportunity in finding ways that we can cut. But the other thing that I will point out is we have a queue of real needs that are core services. And so I feel that until we get to a place where there's not a list of things that need to get taken care of, whether it's in our water utility, police department, fire department, those cuts, that money has somewhere that it can go to until we don't have a backlog of real core service needs. So I look forward to the future conversations around this because I do think we can always improve. However, I'm comfortable with this budget and how we got there, and I'm proud of the work that was done by this council and the direction of interim city manager Andrews with finding some of those cuts that this council wanted. And I, again, will be supporting it like I did on first reading.
Roll call, please. Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Emmons.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor Nermella.
Yes.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
And Councillor Baker.
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
And item B will be rescheduled, so we don't have to do anything with that. And that moves us to item C. And I believe the attorney has sent us something because there was a typographical error.
I have it.
Okay.
All right.
Councillor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 55 on second reading with a correction to a typographical error in 8-7-7B, reflecting a 2023 Tier 2 residential rate of $6.78 per 1,000 gallons, not the $6.88 per 1,000 gallons.
Councillor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 55. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Seymour? Councillor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. This is not one that I feel helpless on. One page should be like this. Well, the first thing I want to say is we don't have to do this tonight. The budget, we had the obligation of the charter. There's no time limit on this. We don't have to do this tonight. We can do this later. Last year, we did this much later. So we don't have to do it tonight. When you make rate decisions, you should make them on a strong foundation. That strong foundation is numbers. When you look at our sister cities, the water prices, depending on the city, are lower. Some are much lower. That puts great curiosity in my mind. They're under the same federal rules we have to follow. They buy product on the same marketplaces that we buy product. They have to pay labor costs similar to our labor costs. And yet the prices difference is astounding. Our neighbor to the north, Broomfield, didn't even raise water from 21 to 22. They stayed at their $3.36 per thousand. And you can go to some of our northern sister cities. They pay amazingly low. And yet, we don't have numbers to base our water rate on. One of my great disappointments this year was in February, our interim city manager spent $750,000 to give us numbers for our water 2025, to give us numbers on the alternative. Because the reality, our water 2025, beginning back in 2018, had very few numbers. When we looked at the plan, we could find, well, we wanted to operate the plant for 92 cents a thousand gallons, and to build the pipeline to the Westminster Boulevard property would probably be $50 million in addition to building a plant. And those very wisely gave this council pause to concern and said, maybe we should look at alternatives. And the mayor organized a water conference in which she got very skilled and experienced people to come and talk to us. And we found out that one of our former employees refurbished the Boulder water treatment plant for $32 million. And yet, in our water rate schemes, we were using place setter. We didn't even have the real numbers. We didn't even have a basis for the real numbers. How do you build a building on a bad foundation? You don't build a building on a foundation of sand. We've known that forever, and yet we are thinking we're halfway through building a rate structure on a foundation of sand, on a foundation of no number. And what makes it even worse, worse than that, is that the city council in previous years has been misled as to the real condition of our water utility. I point out to the flyer. This was a flyer the city published in 2018. extreme water rate levels, tiers, that were done in 2018. It was part of a very smart and well-designed and well-executed plan to convince the citizens of Westminster that our utility was in trouble. There was even a moratorium on building that was passed under the pretext that there was this enormous increase in wastewater flues down the Big Dry Creek sewer interceptor. A 40% increase in 10 years. And yet, as this council has tried to verify, the accuracy of that claim, it ended up being claimed to be some small sewer line someplace that was over capacity, and not the Big Dry Creek sewer line. And yet, in the water handout, it says it's the Big Dry Creek sewer line. And the actions of this council in July of that year, 2018, banned building in almost 2/3 of the city. It wasn't banned in Little Dry Creek because that goes to Metro Wastewater, and it wasn't bound on Huron because that comes down a different sewer line. But all the rest of the city was banned. And it stood that way. It was a year ban, but it only stood that way for 9 months. Then it was reversed. And yet in those 9 months, there was no capacity added to the sewer. It got better. I'm unfamiliar with pipes in the ground growing larger. I think it was a misrepresentation. That's putting it. I think there were other issues at stake. And this was a misdirection to cover them. We should not set rates on information that we can't trust. The other handout is an email that I received this year from the city when we asked, how much does it cost to make water for each tier? And in the answer that we all received, because I passed it on to all of you, is that it costs a different amount to make water for a different tier. To which I scratch my head and say, how can that possibly be? How can 1,000 gallons of water running through our treatment plant know which tier it's going to end up on? It doesn't know what tier it's going to end up on. And where would be the added expense? It gets treated just like every other 1,000 gallons of water that goes through the plant. And yet the numbers that we receive from officials in this city say that it costs in 2021 actual to make 1,000 gallons of tier 1 water. The operating cost was $1.67, or to make 1,000 gallons of tier 3 water was $5.42. These aren't numbers that we should be building a rate structure on. And as I said, we don't have to do this tonight. Let's get some real numbers. Back to the $750,000. What does $750,000 buy? Buys people and their time. What does an engineer cost per hour to help us know the plan? Engineers make what, $150,000 a year? So that's $75 an hour. And we have to pay them benefits. So that's another $25 an hour. And we have to let the company make a profit, another $25 an hour. So let's say an hour of engineering times, true cost of $125 an hour. $750,000 should buy 6,000 hours of engineering time. And of those 6,000 hours, well, we got to have a manager, so we'll take off 1,000 for the manager. And then we've got to go to meetings to design it, so let's take off 2,000 hours for that. But that's still 3,000 hours of engineering time. And that should have produced detail, good guesses based on detailed lines of how much it'll cost to replace the plant. We didn't get that. So I urge you, let's put this off until we can get the real information to build a rate structure.
Mr. Frankel.
So I understand there's a question, and Mayor Pro Tem is asking about, I think, what information is public in this discussion. And I think the information that's public is the rate modeling that was undertaken in an open meeting to explore how different rates and different debt issuances provide a range of options for City Council moving forward on water treatment plant projects. So to the extent that the open meeting included modeling that tested different rates over time, different levels of debt, I believe that information is public.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Popcorn time, Mayor.
Are we ready to resume?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Franco?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe the answer to the question that Mayor Pro Tem has asked may be some information that our Deputy City Manager, Jody Andrews, could provide if we could hear from him.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a year since I've been on this side. It's great to see all your faces. I could add two comments that may be of assistance in terms of what was discussed publicly with regard to this matter. The first, I will cite directly from the memo provided at first reading of this action, and that is that this includes a 4% adjustment to the. Sorry, I'll just carry on here. Regarding the 4% rate, these increases would support a defined 2023 to 2027 capital improvement program and a funding envelope that allows for the construction of a water plant renovation or new construction. I further went on in that public study session to advise you that of the four option sets that we're considering and reviewing in great detail with the contract that Councillor Baker referred to earlier this evening, that all but one of the options is funded within the funding envelope in your 4% water rate model. And we did review that model in that public study session. And it was during that time that I advised you that the funding envelope included in that 4% rate increase would fund all but four of the design options that we're working through with that consultant work, and that we will very soon be able to have to a point where we'll bring it back to you in public process for your public consideration and public engagement as we review the finer number details. But I can tell you, and I've confirmed with staff, that three of the four options that we are actively working on are funded in the 4% envelope that you have before you tonight.
Thank you. Any questions of Jody? Councilor Namela? Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have questions. I appreciate the context, and just for sake of the public, I think it's important that you understand that what I was asking was certain information to make sure that it was public, because there's certainly been a lot of discussion around this topic, some of it in executive session, some of it not. And so I wanted to err on the side of caution so that I'm not talking about something that I shouldn't yet be making public. With that being said, I think there's some key points to what Mr. Andrews just shared. Some of that is this isn't just about the future water plant replacement, whatever option we end up going with. Part of it is needed capital improvements for our current infrastructure that were spelled out in the funding conversation about making these rate increase adjustments. So those aren't arbitrary numbers. Those are real capital improvement projects that we need. The additional part that Mr. Andrews shared about is that there were a handful of options shown to us, some that are all potential options and some that aren't, because they don't fit in this funding envelope, as Mr. Andrews called it, but three of them that do. So that is the reason that I am comfortable moving forward with this rate increase. And I thought that was important for the public to understand. In my mind, this isn't just arbitrary. We've seen real potential options at varying different amounts of information that council's seen on top of the capital improvement projects that we do need to take care of. I think for me, this topic has been a, call it crusade, since I ran in 2015 and lost, ran in 2017 and did win. that I thought we were being too aggressive with the amount of increases that we were doing and not having enough detail around what options we were moving on. So I am very pleased with the work that we've done as a council so far. I'm pleased with the way that we've changed the tiers, and I mentioned that when we passed this on first reading. This is still a good place for the city in my mind, understanding that things are going to have to be funded in order to maintain our legal obligation to deliver clean drinking water to our residents.
Councilor Namela.
I just wanted to state that I am and did vote for this rate increase, not because of the amount, but because it's an increase that gets us closer to what we need to have to maintain our infrastructure. And I really hate the term, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. I hate it because you all know I'm a perfectionist. So, but in this case, I feel like something is better than nothing at this point, and we just need to continue on and continue our analysis and get everybody behind what the numbers are. So that's why I voted yes, and will vote yes again.
Councilor Izadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be changing my vote to a yes tonight, not because of any confidence that I have in the foundation. So, Councilor Baker, you talked about how we lack a foundation in the decision. I would argue that there was no foundation when we lowered the rates because we don't know the cost of the plant. And that's always been my argument. What is the cost of the new plant? If we don't know that, then every decision we're making is arbitrary. This one, to Councilor Namela's point, is don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. It's the worst. I hate that statement too. I'm a thorough person. I like details. I like numbers, and I like facts. We shouldn't have lowered the rates in the first place without knowing the cost. We shouldn't be increasing the rates without knowing the cost. We still don't know the cost, but this is better than nothing, and it gets us closer. So it's a more responsible decision for me to switch my vote to a yes, because it's what we need. And by the way, the city of Arvada just raised their rates 12%. 12%, because they realized their rates were too low and they need to pay for a ton of infrastructure work. So we're not the only ones. Our neighbors are doing it, and they will all realize, because we live in a semi-arid desert and water is not in abundance. This is our reality, and we need to conserve water. Raising the rates now, it's the right thing to do. Unfortunately, we still don't know the cost of the plant, but hopefully this gets us closer. My main concern, again, there in terms of raising it is it keeps us in the red. Long term, looking at this 15, 20 years from now, we're in the red. And I don't like making decisions off of 5-year plans. I like long-term resiliency. So, but again, this is better than nothing. So there you go.
I just want to say, because I know Councilor Namela has said it and Councilor Izadi just mentioned, I know when we look the 10 years out and then it shows the red, but we're getting so close, and I think we're going to have that decision soon, that this model that they've put together, and Sarah, the whole thing where we can, if we said, well, what about 5%? And they magically put it in and we saw what that was. This starts us with the 10-year plan that every year as we now move can change. So it's not always going to be 4%. It can change to whatever, and who knows what the government regulations. I am more scared about that than what we personally need here, because that's what could be the tipping point that we have to have for what the somebody else says that we have to do. And so we're in a good place now, not having a decision. If they come down with whatever and we can model that all in, then it's even cleaner, because that's a constant. We don't know from year to year what those things are going to change. So for all the work your team has done, I was telling all the metro mayors when I was there, well, it was statewide mayors, that were able to sit there and we talk about, well, what about this? What about that? And they plug it in and poof. And I said, and then we look at land use and we say, well, how about this many people? And I said, and you can see when we run out of water. So you have done and shown, and I don't know how much more transparent we could be with that kind of a thing that you brought to the public and let us play with it. It will be there for us to continue to monitor, but at least for this year, we have a plan. And I know from strategic planning and everything else, next year we'll look at that because we'll be a little closer or have made a decision, and that will be settled so that can start setting things up for down the line. So I will be voting yes so we can get out of here. Not because we get out of here, but I know it's late, but thank you. I just wanted to say thanks so much. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
As we leave this meeting, I just want to say to Jody, it has been a year since you were over there, and just thank you. We become good friends, and I hope Orion keeps coming over to walk little Gibbs because he misses him and he loves you playing with him. But anyway, say hi, happy birthday to Bronwyn. And Mark, welcome. We are so excited to have you. And we will now go off to our post meeting to talk about lobbying. We're adjourned. It is 11:00.
At least it doesn't say anything about
Okay,
reasons.
Mayor, we're recording on live. Okay, we're now in post meeting to talk about lobbying. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Welcome to our new city manager, Mark. Here. My name is Teresa Bocco. I'm with the Policy and Budget Team. I'm also here joined by Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager, and John Praisner, Policy and Budget Manager. We're here this evening to review the city's legislative program, as well as the guiding documents for that program, and also just discuss the legislative reception for next year. This is an annual update we do with all of you. I think most of you are fairly familiar with it or heard about it. So ahead of our update this evening, attached to the staff report, you received the legislative policy statement and the lobbying protocols as they stand right now. What you have in your hands this evening are some suggested updates, a red line copy with suggested updates from staff that we can go through and seek your thoughts and opinions on those suggested changes, as well as anything else that you all would like to offer as a part of our review of these documents. And then we can move into the other pieces of the program.
And the very first question I said was, we never really asked everybody, do you feel we need a lobbyist? So we need to ask that question first.
I'll go first since you're all looking at me. I don't know why you're all looking at me, but
As the mayor did.
I think that it's been, and I mean, staff can tell me if they think I'm wrong. I think it's been useful over the last couple of years to be able to lobby at the state level. And I feel that we likely are going to have more battles with the state depending, well, I guess it depends on what happens with the elections. But either way, some of the stuff I'm hearing from the legislator that they're looking for next year is more of the same. And so I'm concerned that I want to be able to have a strong voice. I would furthermore like to be able to, as a council, know when there's opportunities around crime and public safety that we can go down and try to lobby. So that's one area where I would really like to see us be more proactive as a body, or at least I certainly would want to, even if just an individual, if the council doesn't agree on stuff. I do question the federal lobbyist, and I'm curious if we really feel like we've seen value out of that. And maybe, I know that some of that was ongoing, what we were going to see at the federal level with some of those dollars. So I don't know if some of that's ongoing, so maybe that's hard for you to answer. But those are my two thoughts. And obviously two different lobbying bodies, but appropriate probably to bring it up with you now since we're talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're just into our second year with the federal lobbyist, if I'm correct. So we just had a full year and starting our second year with the federal lobbyist. And I think we're on the cusp of doing some strong work there. One of our two earmarked requests is sitting with the House Transportation Committee. We're hoping that gets budgeted, and that would provide $3 million of funding for the Federal Parkway project that we've requested for a couple of years. We've really made the case that that's a multimodal project, that it hits a number of the qualities that the federal government's looking for, and certainly the lobbyists have provided a lot of input into that process. You'll recall we also submitted an earmark request for a water project, the Lowell Water Main project, which was not selected to move forward, sadly. But certainly happy to have one continue to be on the list. Doesn't mean that it's going to be funded. Doesn't guarantee. And certainly we really don't know when the U.S. Congress is going to vote on the budget to give final approval. So I think from that perspective alone, I think we're on the cusp of seeing some good there. So I think my recommendation would be to let's continue in the future. And I think as we get deeper into this second year, maybe come back with a reevaluation of that program.
Some of that may help
determine too what they decide with the train as they're moving on. That one group that's looking from Fort Collins down is at the cusp of really meeting, and they've got their bylaws now, they've got their structure, blah, 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 blah. And that's the positive of us being on US 36 mayors and commissioners and the NADA board with the eastern part and northern cities. So, and with US 36, we have fantastic lobbyists. So they do very good things. See what they do this year. Yeah.
I mean, to refresh me as to how much the lobbyist costs.
So the state lobbyist contract for this year is $49,000 for 12 months of work. The federal lobbyist is $108,000 per year.
And what were the successes? The federal lobbyists put us on the cusp. What was the really successes with the state lobbyists?
So with the state lobbyist successes, we would say that particularly in light of both chambers of the Capitol being and the governorship being in one hand, a lot of the public safety issues that came up, we were heavily involved in those. Although those did end up prevailing, the question was us being at the table to amend or to better the city's position in alignment with the direction we received from all of you. The other pieces are that, for instance, when we were on Senate Bill 2217, the initial draft of that legislation required body-worn cameras for all law enforcement personnel. By the time that we were through that process, even though there was many pieces of that bill that we contested, it then became just the peace officers that were required to wear it. So in speaking with the police today, there's about 80 people that don't have to wear those in the police department, and at about $3,000 a piece, that was, considerable savings to the city just on that piece of that very complicated legislation. They are very active every day at the Capitol. We rely on them on their connections and relationships with our state delegation. They engage our staff in bringing them into stakeholder meetings, testifying. They're always there to support. So they've been very key for us there. And then to Chris's point with the federal lobbying program, I would just talk about the congressional earmark that we still have in play. In addition to that, recently, like within the last week at our last meeting, they raised something in response to council's request that they engage more around the airport issues. And they brought to our attention a very important matter that's going in front of the EPA regarding leaded fuel and how that impacts airport operations in the surrounding communities. So we just received that information. We're working with them to make sure you all are engaged around it and have information on it, because that's directly related to what you have asked us to follow up on and they've engaged in. So those are a few examples, Councilor Baker, if there's anything else I can provide for you there.
Quick question with the body cams. Do the four-legged friends have to wear a body cam? You can just answer from there.
It'll pick it. No, they don't.
I just wondered.
No, they're not required.
Okay.
Not yet.
Is there some option for like a reduced funding level, or would that be?
For the state lobbyists?
Yeah. For the state lobbyist and the federal. So you think the federal's twice as much as the state? Of course, we probably get twice as much money from the feds as we do the state, so.
We just issued an RFP for the state services, so we will see an amendment amount for the upcoming year in 2023.
Thank you.
How many other municipalities have state lobbyists?
Not a comprehensive list, but around us, Thornton, Boulder, North Glen, Fort Collins, Commerce City, Firestone, Superior, and Arvada for the first time will have a lobbyist. They've not had one previously, but they've just like we are out for an RFP to secure those services.
The problem is there's only about 6 lobbyists that really know municipal. That's the key. And so that's just the key. Okay, so I don't hear anybody saying we shouldn't have them, so let's, oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to reinforce comment. I think it's critical that we have a state lobbyist. Things move too fast down there for us not to keep up. And then also just, it is a 12-month contract. Summer working groups, we have to have someone down there on that. That one's not a $1 for $1. I don't think we can do that. I'm not real enthused by the federal lobbyist, but I'd be willing to give it one more year. And if we don't get results, then blow that up.
As I talked with, I think it was after our last meeting or in between, maybe a planning session, I just said, I don't think we ever really asked. So I just thought that should be the first question. So move on.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, well, with that in mind, we'll go ahead and if I could ask you to, I handed out some paperwork for you that has some proposals that staff have brought forward with respect to the legislative policy statement. So we can just go through those one at a time. There's not many changes. So for policy and budget staff, of course, one update we would automatically make with the legislative policy statement is to include the new strategic plan that council updated this year. So we will definitely incorporate that into the document. And then moving forward to page 9 on your document are some suggestions from our police department. And they are highlighted there. I can read them out loud, or if you want to look through those. And if there are any objections or concerns or edits that you would all like to make to any of those suggested changes. And again, when we bring the final documents, you will get a red line version with those changes plus the new one. So you will be able to also see these changes at that time.
I guess one quick question.
Mm-hmm.
On the portion where you strike out mental and change it to behavioral, what does that, how does that kind of broaden that? It's from like a actual functional viewpoint. What does that do for us?
I'm going to turn to our police chief as that being their suggestion.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Norm Hubbard, Interim Chief. Mayor Pro Tem specifically, it's more about the latest terms. It doesn't affect what they do, how they do it. It's just seen more as a user-friendly term, behavioral as opposed to mental. But okay. Same services.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine with them.
And I appreciate Judge Lontine's input there too.
Quick question. In these red lines, I don't see this, but there's two things that, they might be broad enough, but I would really like to see some more focus. We heard again tonight, and I know that we as a municipality council has asked about looking at ways that we could add additional penalties for things like the catalytic converter, auto theft, some of the things that the police department might think are more egregious that we really feel the state is failing us on. But with that, can we also maybe make some call outs to those in our legislative protocols? The other one that really comes to mind that I think is certainly a regional problem is the street racing. And I really feel that that is something I would hope the legislator would actually start looking at. I know, and I don't know when this changed, but I seem to recall when I was younger, that was, you get caught doing something like that. Some of that was jailable. And I know other states, they're doing that where they're taking people's cars away. I don't know if I would be an advocate of that on the first offense, but say somebody's getting caught 3 times over, maybe they don't need to have an automobile in our state, because I'm certain that each of you has probably had a near-death experience like the rest of us on the roads anymore with the way they drive. So if we could have some call outs on some of that stuff that we hear a lot of complaints about, I think it would make sense.
going to edit as well. Anything else on the public safety section?
There was something at home that I forgot to bring it with me and I can't. But if I find it, I'll email it to you. It was something that I didn't think was forceful enough. Oh, and I did, like I said, we've seen some of the plans of what could come forward, and local control is going to be hammered. Well, I don't think that just supporting it's, I mean, you've got to be forceful because they keep inching away. And if they start making our zoning and our codes and our this and that, why exist? Bruce?
Yeah, we all talk about ways to reduce crime. Okay, but it focuses mostly on police. And it's not my opinion that the problem is with police. It's my opinion is that we don't give speedy trials to people accused of crimes. And so the time between an offense is really committed and there's some result in the legal system, which we all know 95% of the time is a plea bargain, that just gives them time to keep doing stuff. Would we want to, as a city, lobby for more courts and prosecutors and defenders? So that's a question for my colleagues. It's not a question for our staff.
Yeah, for Tim.
I would be on board with that. I think that's reasonable.
Go ahead. I'm trying to read, so speak. I
Yeah,
can listen
well,
while I
okay.
read.
Yeah, I mean, analysis is, crime is not just crime. You don't just deal with it by, prosecuting people. You have to get at the source. So I think all of it goes together, right? But at some point we need to look at what are the issues feeding into why people are committing crimes. So I just don't want to lose that part of it. So if it's mental health, perhaps we need to also support measures that will help people more at the beginning so that they don't fall into needing to go into a pathway of crime. Obviously, I don't think it's housing addiction, but I believe it's lack of housing. So being able to access or help, support programs that do keep people housed, that would be something. So I don't, the full spectrum.
Kids that commit crimes in my neighborhood have houses, have cars, and are just hooligans. Not held accountable by their parents nor anyone else.
And reason to extrapolate why I think that it's important on some facet. I mean, this goes back to a lot of what we saw at the legislature or the counties with COVID rules. And there was kind of this revolving door. People were not being held either. So there was no breaking of the cycle because they weren't getting to trial to a point. One, they weren't being held. Two, then they're not being held and they're being let back out and they're having multiple offenses. And to me, you're not really doing any justice to them either. Like there's this, when they were doing look at states that are doing the no cash bond and they're just recognizant out the door. There's no breaking of the cycle. So what happens is these folks are racking up felonies. By the time they actually do go to court and have their day in court, they might be in jail for the next 20 years. I mean, I don't disagree with the whole gamut of it needs to be looked at. I am but to some of your points, Councilor Nermella, that's why the mental health is in here. That's why the opioids are in here because those are all contributing factors to the crime. And I mean, and those two go together. People who don't have mental health services end up on substances because they are trying to
medicate. So I don't disagree. So wherever we can continue to enforce that, but I see those through this document as far as some of those contributing factors. But wherever we can speed up, hold people accountable so that if they need to be off the street, they are, and we're breaking that cycle of addiction, because that's a lot of times what these low-level crimes are, or not even low-level anymore. I mean, how many ATMs have we had pulled from locations with cars? I mean, I see the boarded up Walgreens. I'm assuming that's probably what happened since there's not an ATM in there anymore. They're feeding their addiction. So we have to break that cycle, get them off the street, get them through the court system so that they can, get the correct help and have the right accountability help. So.
Rich, did you have something?
No, I'll pass.
Is everything, are you all okay then with the public safety section? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Are we going to add a call for more judges, prosecutors, and defense attorneys?
I'm sorry.
Are we going to add a call for more judges, prosecutors, and defense attorneys?
My concern with that would be that would then become another unfunded state mandate. They'd say, just like right now, we have to, at the municipal level, we have our municipal judge working Saturdays because they have to have speedy.
Well, they have to be arraigned within 48 hours.
Arraigned hearing, yeah, and they tell us what to do. I mean, most of that we're dealing with is going to be at the county level, not the state level. And if they're not willing, based on, the number of unfunded mandates, if we lobby for that, we'll have to lobby for the funding. But I could see them saying, yeah, county has to do this, or this judicial group has to do that. You guys go pay for it.
That's exactly what, sorry, I don't interrupt you. But that's exactly, I feel like we're putting a Band-Aid on a bigger problem. It boils down to bad bills. And that bonding one was one that came top of mind. So that I would not be in support of it.
That's one thing I said at the state meeting with mayors, is to feel good that you made a bad bill less bad is stupid. A bad bill is a bad bill, and I don't give a rip whose face and name is on that bill. If it's a bad bill, we need the guts to say it's a horrible bill. No. Yeah.
To that point, that's the whole being at the table. I quite frankly would rather say we're going to go down and we're going to lobby against you than necessarily being at the table when it's something like the fentanyl one. I would have personally rather went down there and made hell, because I just can't think of what they would have done to that it wasn't a word that I'm not going to say here tonight. So I think that at some point we have to start standing up against this stuff and not just saying, let's,
It's the best we could do.
Yeah, I heard too many stories in different facets, in different levels of government, where the state legislators basically were getting people on board by saying, get on board or we're going to make it worse. That's BS, and we shouldn't stand for that.
Mayor, just a quick question. So Councilor Baker's suggestion, did you intend to say that we would ask for increased funding for state courts? Because I think state courts,
isn't that where most of the crime we're worried about is? It's not in municipal.
Right. So all the felonies and all the serious misdemeanors are going to state court. And if they're underfunded and understaffed, I think it probably does affect our city. So perhaps adding in a request that they adequately fund the state court system would benefit the city. Okay. That's what Councilor Baker was trying to get at.
Okay. Yes.
Well, I would say the same thing about the mental health resources of the state. That's also underfunded.
Be all for that, both of those.
And just a clarification, there's a reference here to that we're going to support legislation to provide funding for public defender services. Do we mean municipal public defender services? Because that's an unfunded state mandate, right? They've said that the city has to pay for public defenders, but they never offered to provide money to do it. So I think maybe one of our legislative asks would be to provide funding for municipal public defenders.
So we do get some funding, and the desire is to continue that and certainly increase it. Yeah. Yeah, but there has been some funding. So you
You're correct.
So to clarify or confirm that the ad we want is support adequate funding for state court resources. Something to that effect. We'll wordsmith it, but okay. In addition to what we have. Okay.
Just real quick too. That, to Councilor Nomella's point, that sixth bullet, the supports funding for additional municipal co-responder service programs. There is a difference, Chief, if I may add some definition, there is a difference between mental and behavioral health. It's important that we understand that because it speaks to what Councilor Nomella is really getting to, which is this whole thing, you know, bills or not, it's all a Band-Aid. The real problem is the root causes as to why these things exist. Yes, we should do this, but we should also think about the roots. I think there's a balance where we can do both. And behavioral, so mental health speaks to the psychological state of someone. Behavioral health is inclusive of mental health, but also includes your physical state. It's mind, body, and spirit. That's a very nuanced difference, but it's important to understand because that speaks to some of the root causes as to why someone does what they do. So as long as we all support that I think, Councilor Nomella, that is in here. And as long as you guys understand too, and push that with the lobbyists, that whenever those things pop up where it's behavioral, where it's this holistic view, I think that's important to also support.
So that throws a broader net.
It's a broader net. It's inclusive of mental health, but also those in physical and spirit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I did want to address the item around going down and raising hell. And I think that's a really valid point. And that's a policy decision that you all get to make when we bring forward recommendations. We're certainly open to that. And we will follow your guidance and direction when those situations come up. You know, each of these that we work through is a lot of calculus around what's likely to pass and what can we make an impact on by raising hell. I mean, those are the discussions we have in weekly and daily meetings a lot of times. You know, this last session, this team and the chief, we all spent a lot of time on those. So I think that's a fair criticism and it's something we're gonna continue to work on. But I do want to make it very clear for our perspective, that's a policy decision and you all get to provide direction for how we lobby on bills where it becomes a point where we need to stop trying to work and just say we oppose.
Well, I appreciate that. And I guess, you know, what I would hope you will continue to do though, is, you know, we go down that path is when you're giving us opportunities that you continue to temper us as far as, so we're not always just banging our fist on the table either, because I don't think that's effective. I think it's the you know, the issues that are important enough to go do that so they know that, yeah, we're mad instead of Westminster's always mad. Yeah. We don't want to turn into that either. So I appreciate that, but I do want to at least point out that I appreciate that. I feel like you guys do a good job of that since I've been here, where you're not always making Westminster always throwing a fit about something, even though maybe we don't like it.
I appreciate that. We work hard on being partners, and when we come down to express concern or opposition, offering changes that'll get us there, even when sometimes those are unrealistic for sponsors or others. So we'll keep at it. Thanks for that.
Okay. So moving on to page 12 under water resources and treatment, we have some suggested changes from our staff and public works and utilities. Essentially, the first bullet, what the request is to use the second bullet to replace the first bullet. So it builds on that. So to move to supports reasonable and research-based water quality legislation that protects public health and safety and results in appropriate cost-effective water quality regulations is just meant to sharpen up and clarify that bullet that you see in that's struck through. So that's where that is coming from. And then on this, oh, sorry. Yes.
How much will the state regulate water quality? I thought most of that was through the federal government. So I know CDHP plays a role.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state's a pretty large regulator in this space.
So would they add on additional requirements above the federal or what? Or do they like interpret some of the federal stuff?
Combination of those. I think in some cases they are directing us as to how we will apply the federal and how we're going to achieve the federal requirements.
And at what timeline?
So, I mean, they like interpret how the federal guidelines are applied.
I don't know if it's necessarily interpret. I think it's just trying to your point, the timeline and what may accomplish.
Like manage.
I'm not an expert on
Yeah,
that. State regs.
I think we can bring back our staff to address specific questions. I'm sorry we don't have them here tonight.
Thanks.
And then moving to the second bullet, that is just to a clarification, kind of an expansion of that bullet. Supports legislation that protects water supplies from the environmental and operational impacts of aquatic nuisance species such as zebra and quagga mussels, while providing water supply owners flexibility in management of reservoir operations and resources. So just meant to add a little depth to local control there. All right, so those are the changes. Again, we will bring those back red line and also so that you see those ahead of and well ahead of the session. We'll bring those back for adoption. The next document that we have is the 2022 lobbying protocols. Those are not in a handout for you. Those were attached to the staff report. We're not bringing any suggested changes to those. So unless you all have some suggested changes, we are satisfied with the way they are right now. That's staff's recommendation, but we look to you all for any further guidance.
We hashed those out and clarified those pretty well last year. And they worked through the session, I would assume. Otherwise, okay. Good enough guidance for our lobbyists then.
All right, we will reissue those as is. And then just the last item briefly is that we plan to do the legislative reception with our state delegation. Again, more once the session has gotten started. Again, in person at a local venue. And we'll make sure this year it's make sure that it stays very contained. Are there any, of course, if you have any, suggestions on that, we've done it that way for a while in the evening. If you have anything else you'd like us to consider, we're happy to take that.
You must never have the scenario we had last year.
Yes, ma'am.
100%.
Yes, ma'am.
That was absolutely not
We're
okay.
at Chancho's out in the main lobby and it's a little carried away. Noise.
Yeah,
And
there was
people were in the
another.
other room and their microphone came over loudspeakers to us. It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was a dinner period. No
Better
conversation.
weather too, right?
Well, the first one got rescheduled, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. the first one
We had a
was
few
so
bumps,
loud.
so yes,
Get
Mayor,
in
we'll make
session
sure that
whether
that does not reoccur.
We can use one of our golf courses before we do that again.
We'll look into that. Okay, I think that's, unless you all have anything else, that's all that we have. Okay.
We are
Thank you.
adjourned. It's 11:47. Get home, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
Nobody